when I gave my particulars, the people at registration decided that I belong to Naro. So I'll embrace that. I happen to love that association. Since this is Naro-Mak, in a way, as we do the science, I know we are celebrating many years of collaboration. I'd like to congratulate you for a successful day yesterday, and also to congratulate you for going through the security checks. I do believe the room would be having more people, but the security checks are keeping us behind. We have 4 presentations in this session, session 5, and the presentations are going to be made by very accomplished scholars and professionals. The topics are quite diverse. If you look at the program, I'm not going to read the topics now, but if you look at the program, we have topics covering animal and crop science or production issues. We also have a presentation on a very important tool that catalyzes development, that is ICT, as a tool for acceleration of agriculture. I believe, have a very, very rich morning. I know you were inspired yesterday. I do have no doubt that you are going to be inspired again today to act so that we can enhance agricultural productivity and agro-industrialization. So without any further delay, I want to start by introducing, we are going to have a little change in our program depending on the availability of speakers. And if you see any speaker coming in, please inform them to immediately give their presentation, if they have not already done that, to Albert. Albert, can you make yourself known so that people can just rise? That is Albert. Let the 2 presenters, as they come in, please, if I don't see them and you see them, let them give the presentation to Albert. So I'll be bringing on presenters as they become available. We are going to start with the Professor Kaya, who is supposed to be giving us a keynote address. Professor Kaya is a professor of food science, specifically with a lot of experience in post-harvest food handling, and is going to be speaking to us about the opportunities for modernizing post-harvest management for food and nutrition security. So Professor Kaya, you have 20 minutes of presentation. I would like to request that we write all our comments. Later on in the day, we are going to have a time for discussion. So Professor Kaya, you're welcome. Let's welcome Professor Kaya, please.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Professor John Muyonga, for inviting me to present this important paper. I think in addition to what you have mentioned, I must have trained more than half of the scientists who are managing research in Naro. And yes, so having taught in Makerere University since 1989. Where is the presentation? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson has mentioned, I'm supposed to give a presentation on the opportunities for modernizing post-harvest management for food and nutrition security in the country. Okay, you all being researchers and actually scientists know very well that food loss is very, very important globally and also nationally. And it has been estimated that 1.3 billion tons of food gets lost before it reaches the final consumer. And that has been equated to about USD 940 billion, which actually is quite a lot of loss economically. And for me, I have a belief that it takes months, weeks, it takes also years, and a number of resources to get a crop from sowing or planting up to harvest. But it can just only take a second for the produce to be lost, which is quite bad. I also have a belief that it is important to lose a seedling than losing, a harvested produce. Look at that. I took those photographs in Gayaza, where I stay, and somebody had dumped beans, in a bush alongside the road. And these are tomatoes in a trench. I don't think they grow tomatoes in Gayaza market. They must have been transported. Even beans, they must have been transported. Somebody must have grown them. Somebody probably even, rented land, put in a lot of resources, fertilizers, whatever. And that was actually all money, but it ends up being lost, just like that. And who actually measured that loss, by the way? Who even knew that there was that kind of loss? So most of these losses are estimated, but they could even be much higher than what has been reported before. So in Uganda, that's how we categorize our produce, from the crop point of view, the perishables, the semi-perishables, and the non-perishables. And those are conservative figures, having been established, I think, in 1993 by the then Kawanda Agricultural Research Institute, where Dr. Ambrose Agona was heading that program. So when you read the NDP3 now, the losses are even much higher. And all these are just estimates. Nobody has actually conducted real research on each commodity to find out the actual post-harvest losses in this country. And I have a worry that our future may not even be assured when the population growth rate is at 3%, and the food production, excluding post-harvest losses, is at 2%. We are likely not to have food in this country in the future. Okay, post-harvest losses are central to all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In most cases, when people talk about post-harvest management, post-harvest losses, they only think about two goals, zero hunger and no poverty. But I want to assure you, post-harvest losses cut across all the 17 SDGs. You cannot have good health and well-being if you are hungry. You cannot have quality education. In fact, one of the reasons why our pupils, children, perform very poorly in the rural areas is because most of the time they are actually hungry. The teachers are hungry, the children are hungry. A hungry person is an ugly person, and a hungry person is an angry person. So you cannot actually, study when you are hungry, and the post-harvest losses are contributing to all those, aspects. It is also central, when it comes to food and nutrition security. Why? Because it affects the, the quality and safety of our food. If it is not safe, it is not food. It affects the economic growth, through trade, either nationally or internationally, through exports. It, affects, it actually stimulates local production. When we had our food, our maize being rejected by Kenya 2020 and 2021. I come from Mubende district. The cost of maize, at that time, a kilogram was 900 shillings. But because the maize was not sold anywhere by the farmers, the price reduced from 900 to 200 shillings. So a farmer required to sell about 5 bags of maize to purchase a kilogram of sugar, which was not actually good. So many farmers started abandoning producing maize until when the situation normalized. So you can see in terms of local production, definitely post-harvest losses and management directly does affecting that. In terms of provision of adequate and quality raw materials for our industries, we need to manage post-harvest losses. So all these now lead to enhanced food and nutrition security and then the well-being of the population. So when I was given this assignment to present this paper, as a researcher and of course academician, I had to think of the approach that what can I do to get adequate information so that I can present it to you. So I used 2 approaches. One, I went for literature search, where I searched about the factors that cause post-harvest losses. I read about the legal frameworks, and strategies which have been taking place in relation to post-harvest, losses in this country. I also tried to establish the partners and all those who are actually being involved, and the events. How have the events been laid down in this country to control, the losses of our foods? Then I also had to consult some key, informants to give me information about, these strategies. Those included the government ministries, departments and agencies, the academia, the NGOs, the private sector, and of course, I also called the people from African Union to talk about these strategies, and also within the region. So what did I actually find? First of all, I found out that post-harvest management has been considered from the continental through regional up to national levels. Seriously, at the continental level, you can see, first of all, in 2007, there was the establishment of the African Post-Harvest Loss Information System. That one was key, has been key, in helping researchers to determine the post-harvest losses of individual commodities, and the emphasis was on cereals. So as I talk now, several countries have managed to establish the post-harvest losses of their cereals because of the importance that is attached to cereals, especially maize and rice. So 2014 to 2020, the African Union Partnership for Aflatoxin Control was established, and this did a lot of work as far as helping countries to establish the health and economic impacts of aflatoxin, on their population. And then they also helped the countries to come up with the aflatoxin mitigation action plan, which where we also participated and developed ours for 2018 to 2023, which is about to end. Now, the Malabo Declaration, I'm sure all of you know about this declaration, where countries, member state countries committed themselves to offer a very big percentage of their budgets, 15% to agriculture, and they signed the Kadapu Compact. So in there, when you read about that, declaration, there is a very big commitment 3 on ending hunger in Africa by 2025. And, there is something to do with the reduced post-harvest losses by 50%, with effect from 2015. I don't know how far we have gone right now. And the African Union also came up with the Rio Post-Harvest Loss Strategy of 2018. That is quite recent, where there is enhanced post-harvest reduction, and the key commodities there are the horticultural crops, livestock, and fisheries. Then also there is the African Union Food Safety, which is now more recent, that is targeting the three elements or key players in the management of food safety: governments and private sector, and also the consumers. So in all those, there are really ways of managing post-harvest losses which have been put in place. That is at the continental level. At regional level, I only selected those three, which are very, very important. COMESA, has come up with several strategies, including harmonization of standards, helping, capacity building to manage, safety risks, especially hazardous, risks by conducting risk assessment and risk management. They have also equipped, laboratories for proficiency testing against mycotoxins, and also they are supporting a lot, to harmonize standards within ESC and also SADC, countries. The East African Community, aflatoxin management strategy 2014, where Uganda plays a very big role, and I think Mr. Alex Bambona represents Uganda on that committee, has come up with a communication strategy about aflatoxins. Many of us have been wondering, how can we communicate aflatoxin to farmers? The strategy is already there. They are trying to harmonize standards. They have come up with animal feed standards as far as aflatoxin is concerned, which is something very good. Now, the IGAD post-harvest project, which is quite recent, is also doing exactly the same capacity building, on food reduction of the member states. Now, what about at our level? What are the past and ongoing post-harvest loss interventions? First of all, when you consider the regulatory policy and the strategic frameworks, a lot has been done in this country. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, I cannot cram those articles, article what, subject what, Many of them are talking about provision of food, the right to add to safe and nutritious food for all, food preservation, helping people to preserve food, to store food, etc. The 1997 Poverty Eradication Action Plan, had one of its major components as food loss management. Then after PIP, we went to PMA, which was supposed to modernize agriculture so that at least, the country could change from the peasant to the, modern self-sustaining, country. That was also still the Uganda Vision 2040 main objective. So all those have been, addressing issues of post-harvest losses. The Zero Hunger Strategy of 2020 to 2030, the National Grain Trade Policy. Then there is that, action plan to manage aflatoxins, which I have been talking about. Then all these, as you see them, are now the current parish development model, So all those frameworks have been, geared towards reducing post-harvest losses. What have we done? I don't know. Now, I gave an example of the National Development Plan 3, which actually talks about one of the core projects as agriculture storage and post-harvest handling. And all these other three doing the same. So let me rush because Professor Muyonga is, but this machine is also disturbing me. Now, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards has, in its core mandates, aspects related to post-harvest loss management, as I indicated them there. It is supposed to formulate and enforce standards for all commodities, including food products, where post-harvest is concerned. Now, Uganda has also aligned itself to Malabo post-harvest loss goals. And when you read about the biannual review, it actually talks about this country as the only country which actually has has conformed to the issue of ending hunger by 2025 through reduced post-harvest losses. And we are actually on track as far as those, using those 5 commodities is concerned. So we have got a number of multi-stake partners who play a very big role as far as post-harvest losses are concerned. The development partners, there are those, the public-private partnerships, including research institutions like Naro, the CGIAR centers, the academic institutions. Over 12 institutions are training in post-harvest management. The private sector are doing quite a lot. They are addressing a lot of issues. Somebody was telling me yesterday that they have invented even a very cheap moisture meter, to help our farmers to determine the moisture content of their produce. The fabricators, the NGOs and non-state actors are doing the same. So the UN Food Systems Summit, which Uganda actually attended fully, in 2021, and our minister also participated and gave our country paper. I was part of that, arrangement of the summit, and we came up with post-harvest loss management strategies as game-changing recommendations, which are still on paper up to now. So what are the gaps and challenges which I think should be actually our now recommendations for modernizing, post-harvest losses, modernizing post-harvest management? Now, post-harvest losses can be both pre and post-harvest and post, harvest. Now, we have had a serious problem of these pre-harvest, challenges. And I want to thank Dr. Nanching and her team from MAIF. They have done a lot. I didn't know, by the time I prepared this paper, I didn't know that they are really, doing a lot to sensitize our farmers against, safe use of pesticides. And you know very well, ladies and gentlemen, that we have had, these pesticides misused and a lot of, rejections and interceptions as a result of, pesticide levels exceeding the minimum, regulatory levels. So aflatoxin contamination is the same. All these actually occur before the produce has been harvested. And we have had those kind of stories, deadly chemicals in our local market. That was actually last year for both New Vision and Monitor. And also the other one in the corner, that was last year in March. Now, look at this gentleman. Dr. Nanchinga, if you are here, as you make people aware of the problems of the chemicals, think about this guy here, please, who is, spraying almost naked. So these are I was giving categories of produce which has been rejected so far. And, these are the different post-harvest challenges which you have. I saw this, actually I took this photograph at Kaleru. This year, they were offloading leafy vegetables to take them to the market. They had already wilted before they even went to the market. So all these are challenges that we are having. Why don't we turn these into opportunities to modernize our, so there are those cross-cutting gaps, which are also affecting our, produce. So lastly, I came up with the recommendations. Now, can we try to implement and review the existing plans and strategies? We already have so much, and all these are talking about modern ways of, post-harvest loss management. Why can't we, review them and also implement them? Why do we now have to think about new ones? Can we strengthen the policies which are existing? We don't have a food law, a food safety law in this country. We don't have so many of these regulatory mechanisms taking place. What is Uganda National Bureau of Standards doing? Can we develop all this infrastructure, to improve on the marketing system? Can we establish post-harvest demonstration sites in every district. And there's something else that I was suggesting now that could do. Can we have regional centers of excellence, on post-harvest management at narrow zadis? Because I think most of these 15 institutions, they are commodity, geared. Can we have them addressing issues of, post-harvest management? So under each of those, I have, in a detailed paper, I have indicated what should be actually done, to support post-harvest loss management. Now, before this man kills me, I think let me just stop there, ladies and gentlemen. But I thought I would actually have about 30 minutes. That was the time that was indicated to me. Now it was reduced to 20 minutes. But thank you very much. We need to do quite a lot. The policies, the frameworks are in place. Let us implement them other than looking for new ones before those are actually done. Thank you very much, everybody, and Professor Mwana.
It takes months to produce and just seconds to lose. I think let's give Professor Kai another applause. Luckily, I'm informed that all our presenters are now in the house, and we are going to go to what was supposed to be our first presentation. And the presenter is Professor Phinehas Tukamuhabwa. Professor Tukamuhabwa is from Makerere University. His name is synonymous to soybean. He has contributed very, very significantly to the development of soybean in Uganda. And I'd like right away to request Professor Phinehas to come and give us his presentation. Professor Phinehas, when you see me approaching, I want to apologize in advance. It means your time is up. Before that, I'll raise my 5-minute warning. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity you've given me to make this presentation. I've been already introduced. I'm Phinehas Tukamuhabwa. I'm a professor of plant breeding at Makerere University. While still waiting for the presentation, do I have to control it from here or something? Okay. I'm presenting on progress in soybean research and seed systems in Uganda on behalf of the people listed there. And generally, we'll look at progress in soybean breeding, progress in soybean seed systems, and then progress in outreach. As an introduction, I just want first to tell you that soybean is a very important crop to our economy. It is #1 income earner crop for northern and eastern Uganda. Now I'm not talking about eating, but bringing money to the farmer's pocket. That's what it means. The research has been done, and that is the one. And then farmers can earn 2.4 million, those who grow soybean. That is per hectare and per year, which means per season it is 1.2. And it is a very key raw material for vegetable oil, feeds for animal, fish, and food, of course, for human beings. That we could talk so much about it, but it is so powerful there. And then it may contribute to the ecological balance of our lakes. That is, if we choose, for example, to use soybean cake instead of using mukene for animal feeds, it means we have more small fish in the waters, and therefore we can have more bigger fish, and we enjoy that protein more. And as we know from our biology, soybean actually fixes nitrogen. It improves soil moisture retention and breaks life cycle of pests. in cropping systems. So I'm saying this, that soybean actually is not only a food, but it provides an ecological service in the soil and in the atmosphere. So it is that important. Just as an example, I just want, so you all know this thing which looks like a flower. It is called striga, and it's really very bad. You can see in this field, a farmer plants soybean and intentionally next to maize. Where maize is growing, a lot of striga is coming up. And where soybean is, and this is a well-known fact, that soybeans, it causes abortion of striga seedlings as they come up. So if you include soybean in your rotations and in your farming systems, in a way, you are reducing the impact of this deadly pest. I will not talk about this because I know, but I wanted to say that it is the most traded agricultural commodity. But I want to talk briefly about Makerere Center for Soybean Improvement and Development. This center focuses or is based on 4 pillars. We've got soybean breeding, seed systems, enterprise development, outreach, and training. But I will focus mainly on 1 and 2. And the center objectives is to really develop and release superior varieties, improve awareness about these varieties and the recommended practices, enhance their availability, and adding value to the soybeans. We have a legal basis that allows us to do this research at Makerere University. I say this because I think there are some people who think at university we only teach. But actually, we do research, and according to the National Agricultural Research Act, we are supposed to be part of the NAS, and according to the universities and other tertiary institutions statute of 2012, we are really told to do a lot of research, do it on top of teaching. In other words, we should do what we teach. I've talked about this center, but where has soybean been along? I just want to say that soybean is one crop from what I have been doing. I've read a lot about soybean, but I realized it's a crop which has rotated among institutions. To begin with, in the 19 when it was introduced, around the 50s, actually the Department of Agriculture was responsible for soybean. They were so effective that they also released a variety called Congo 75. Then in the 60s to 70s, and this was really spearheaded by Professor Ruihayo, a lot of work was done, and at that time, soybean research was based at Makerere University. And the products from this kind of research is a variety called Kabanyoro 1 and Kabanyoro 2. You know, actually, Kabanyoro 1, we still have it in our germplasm. But I'm not proud to say that we don't have Kabanyoro 2. Some of them will just get lost if they are not maintained. But at least we have one of those products. And then in the 80s, and here really I seem to know so much what happened there, up to 94, this research was being done by the Division of Agriculture. It was MAIF now, but there was a Division of Agriculture, and it was responsible. We got a new varieties actually were released, NAM1, NAM2, and NAMSOY 3. NAMSOY 3 was good, but it never reached the farmers because during that period when it was released, there was a pandemic of soybean rust which wiped away all the varieties that were on the market. Then from 2002 to the present, Makerere University has been a lead agency, government agency, in conducting research on soybean, and those varieties listed there have been released and commercialized. And right now they are the commercial varieties that are supporting the soybean value chain because they have been incorporated with resistance to soybean rust disease and many other attributes. Okay, progress in breeding. I will be very fast, just to illustrate when we say we have got commercial varieties. For example, yesterday we were told that even when you go to a window market, you will get soybean seed, and it may look, but it could be the one which is susceptible, but you cannot tell. Anyway, I say we have a resistant and a susceptible variety. There are several diseases and pests we could think about, but I'm just illustrating the difference between a resistant variety and a susceptible one. So these varieties that we have released that I'm indicating here, they are the major output, and other things are revolving around them. They were released at different times. As you see, the last one, Maxoy 6N, was released in 2017, which is quite some time. But the good thing is that we have many other good varieties that are in pipeline and will be released soon. They have different, I hope Professor Myonga will like this one because it is showing the nutritional properties of these varieties, and actually the latest Maxoy 6N is quite balanced with 41% protein and 20%. You just, in terms of nutrition, you don't know what, it just balances it out. And in a research done by Obua, recently we found that actually compared to so many other varieties collected from the world, our varieties are very rich in oleic amino acid, which is a very good oil in terms of in terms of nutrition, and it is high on demand. So our varieties are very popular and have good implications. There are impact indicators that we could talk about that have been caused by these varieties. Yes, we have not measured anything, but one of them, they have led to establishment of 3 mega oil mills in Uganda based in Lira, because northern Uganda, especially Rango sub-region, is a hub of soybean production. Government itself has seen this and chosen soybean as one of the strategic crops to save Uganda in terms of food security, nutrition security, and agro-industrialization. And then these soybean varieties, they save government millions of dollars if they were to import improved varieties from outside. And on this point, we are very proud that we can save government. And then we have promoted large-scale farming in Noya and Amuru districts, and also have attracted local seed businesses who effectively serve small-scale farmers. So the large-scale farmers are being taken care of, and the small-scale farmers are also being taken care of. Chairman, allow me to talk about this, because our focus, we also look at these vulnerable people. This story of this lady, Onono from Lira, we got her story from internet, which is indicated there. And we are happy because this is not our story. We also have never met her, but the impact went and reached her. You know, she used to grow cotton, but she was kind of struggling. And other people, other farmers who were growing soybeans, they told her, have you tried soybean? So she tried Maxoy 1N. And from then she realized that actually I can have 2 crops in a year. And she went on, and she was very proud with her cow, which she said she had bought using soybean. And then she said she was building a 3-bedroomed house and was paying fees for her grandchildren. No, we feel very happy with this story from the internet, and you can Google that one. You will find her story. Chairman, now I will make progress in seed systems. I will be very fast. Seed systems have challenges. I will, we need to know them, but I will skip them and go to the next, because I know one of the challenges is that there is nobody. There is always a cry that there is no foundation seed or what. But like us, at times we have in our store things like this, because nobody came to take foundation seed, and yet there is, so we cannot have seed forecast. That is a major challenge, and we try nevertheless, but here I just want to say summary of what we do. On the further left, we have the stakeholders that we worked with, that comprises private companies, there were 23, NGOs, individuals, we are 106. Then we had in the region, we had a seed company from Kenya and a seed company from Tanzania. Because our varieties are very superior, even people have to come that far. We have also dealt with Rwanda. And then government seed agencies, then we have outgrowers who produce for us, and then we have private seed companies. The chairman has now come, and I just want to say more than 50% of our dealers are from private sector, and the varieties are well known. In this, we indicate that over 93% of these varieties are known by the farmers. And it is these varieties supporting in interest of high quality. We have been committed and branded our soybean with good storage facilities, that we don't have any question about our seed supply to the community. And we take note of the life cycle of the varieties we have mentioned, and that's very important. Anyway, they have a life cycle, they go and decline, and we know when to introduce in another variety. That's where we work, Chair. And lastly, in agronomy, I want to say something small on, and then I end. I just want to say, we have a technology at Makere called rhizobium. I know you have heard of it. We have found out that rhizobium is the only input you can use in soybean production, and you get the best gross margins. And that narrow spacing, now we are changing, of 50 by 5 gives greater yields to the farmers more than what was existing. And I will want to say, the last slide is our current, at least that one I will say. Yeah, because our current focus, Chairman, we want to develop climate-smart soybean varieties and expand our irrigation facilities for early generation seed production, establish adequate storage, and then engage more local seed businesses. And then we want to commercialize our varieties in the region and commercialize soybean inoculant, which is also a product of Makerere University. All these people are appreciated. You know, it has not been us. Naro is involved in a big way, Maif, and all those others. We appreciate all their effort and are very grateful. And these are some of the people that have helped us achieve this. I'm sorry for taking a little more time, but you see I also skipped several slides. I was very conscious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tukamuhabwa. Yesterday, the DG urged the scientists to go beyond publications. And I think Professor Tukamuhabwa has shown you that they've gone beyond publications. My apologies in advance to the presenters that are coming afterwards. There is pressure to keep time, and I hope you'll help us to fulfill this. I do now want to invite Mr. Colin Babirukamu. Colin Babirukamu, I believe, is in the house. Colin, I was told, was in the house. Are you here? If not, we are going to first go to Dr. Sylvia Agbua. Sylvia is a national consultant for the European Commission for working on control of foot and mouth disease. She's very, very experienced in aspect of food safety, but is also a highly trained veterinary scientist. Sylvia, you're welcome.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, all the organizers, the Secretariat that extended this invitation to me to be able to come and make this, this paper today. I will not add to the introduction that Prof has given me. The rest we will share during networking, during break time, given the time constraint that we have. I don't want to stretch the chair. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share with you. And I would like to say that I am also a senior lecturer at McKay University, but I was invited through the European Commission for the Control of Foot and Mouth Disease, which is a specialized commission for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So because of that, I'm coming to you with a development mind, not an academic mind so much. So my presentation will be leaning more towards that development side. Thank you very much. Okay, let's try to run through. Hope this is forward. Oh, sorry. Okay. My presentation is to share with us on how we can accelerate the livestock-based industry. And because of that, and because I'm not sure whether I'll go through all the slides, I would like to begin with this summary. Our flagship animal species is cattle, and to be specific, the cow. You know, if we don't have bulls, we will bring semen and still get calves. So I would like to say a cow is our flagship animal species in Uganda. And just from this one animal, we can have a number of products. We can have a number of industries growing from this one animal. I don't want to mention each one of them, and I hope you can be able to see what is on this slide. And on top of this, I would like to add that even from the cow dung, we can have the energy. We can produce energy, biogas. Biogas is becoming very important, and it is energy that we can be harvested and stored. When I visited Nalili, I was very impressed. I know Nalili is part of Naro. I was very impressed on what they are doing with the cow. They are getting so much from the cow, and they are producing the energy that is powering the whole center. So this is the summary, and I would like you to keep this summary in your mind. In case we am stopped before I come to the end, I would like to take us to have this summary as our take-home message. We can be able to produce all this from the cow and even much more. I'm sure there are some aspects that may not even be covered right now. So this is how much that we can get from this cow. But of course, the other animal species, there is also so much that we can get from them. Okay, this is a brief outline of our presentation. By background, we know that development right now, development is being driven by the global framework, which is stated by the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to say, the message that I would like us to take from this slide is that the livestock sector has potential to contribute to several Sustainable Development Goals. You have just, I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Tukamuhe has shown us the widows, and told us the widow's story and the cow. And recently I visited a widow, that side in Luero, who has also built a house out of a cow. She's very happy with that cow. And she says that cow was given by one of the government projects. She actually calls the cow the Museveni cow. And she says she has had that cow since 2013. And since the cow came into her life, she says her life has changed. She's a widow, she has grandchildren who are orphaned. We can't ask ourselves, why are widows looking after grandchildren? Even Professor's case scenario was a widow looking after grandchildren. Probably the parents are not there. So this old widow also in Luero is talking amazing things about what the cow has done for her. So with the livestock sector, it can make a lot of contribution to a number of the Sustainable Development Goals. Reducing poverty, of course, there is income. That's why the lady has been able to build a 3-roomed house. And building a house is a proxy indicator. When we are doing wealth ranking, that's one of the proxy indicators that we use. Zero hunger, the cow will give food and give several other benefits. And the rest of that, and it will also contribute towards the climate, towards climate action. Of course, we know that many of our districts right now, the soils are not performing very well. The soils are really declining in fertility. And that's why even the crops being grown are changing. My dad, who is about 90 years, when he was growing up, he says the only food they used to eat in eastern Uganda, in Budaka, where I come from, was only matoke. He did not know millet. He saw millet in the late 70s, early 80s. And up now, my dad refused to eat millet because they never ate it when they were growing up. But now the younger people don't know a lot of matoke because the soil's changed. But when we have livestock, the manure, organic manure from these livestock can actually make a very big difference to the soil fertility. I'm sure there are many crop scientists here who will agree with me. And the other contribution that the livestock sector can make is towards fighting hunger, which is a big challenge in Africa. And of course, since yesterday, we've been told and reminded that the agriculture sector remains very, very important in as far as the economy of Uganda is concerned and creating employment for many of us, including the youth. I know many youth were not so excited about agriculture, but we are now saying that we can have, if we can have crops that have a shorter lifespan, they will be more appealing to the youth. If we can support the youth to raise animals that can give them money in a shorter time, they will be attractive to the youth. In summary, the youth want investments that can give them money in a shorter time. They don't want to grow coffee and wait for years before they get money. And that's why border becomes more appealing. That's why someone will sell the hectares of land he inherited and he goes and buys borders because the border will bring money quickly. So we now know the need of youth. And I'm sure the livestock sector and agriculture in general, we must do a lot to attract the youth to the agriculture sector. Initially, it looked like the youth don't like agriculture because it dirtens their hands. But I think the problem is different. They want something that can be converted into money and brings money quickly. It looks like the many needs of the youth are more urgent than the needs that some of us now who are qualified to become senior citizens have. And that's why they want investments that will appeal, that can meet their needs. By accelerating development of the livestock sector, we will be able to tap into the great potential for this sector. And if we do that, we'll contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We will be addressing poverty, we'll be supporting the rural-based livelihoods, and also, if we do this in Uganda, this will be good for Uganda and also good for Africa, because Africa in general, we are lagging behind in terms of ending poverty. The deadline for ending poverty is 2030, and Africa is not doing well in terms of achieving that target. Of course, we have to ask ourselves, how can we accelerate development of the livestock sector in Uganda? When we talk about accelerating development, many times we may be thinking about increasing production, increasing productivity, so that one cow, instead of giving 2 liters, can give 10 liters and even more. We may be thinking about helping the farmers to keep more cows or more animals in 1 acre. I'm sure we've been hearing about the 1 acre model, we've been hearing about the parish development model. But now we are also saying, for us from the development angle, we are saying that increasing production and productivity and therefore increasing incomes is not enough and is not sustainable if we don't address the social aspect. If we don't address the environmental aspects, then soon we shall run out of options. We'll be busy trying to encourage farmers. We are giving them the tractors, oxen, plow, so that they can plow more. But soon they will run out of options. Even that, the acres will no longer exist as the population grows. So we are saying that it's important that all the aspects are balanced. As far as natural resources are concerned, all of us, since we are from the agriculture sector, we do appreciate how important the environment is, how important the natural resources such as land are. By now, we all know. I know some people never knew that land was important. That's why some people were selling land, especially people who are closer to Kampala. They sold their land quickly, and many of them now are regretting. They did not know that land was important. But I'm sure you and I now know that land is very important. That's why land is now, I think they are the biggest court cases, the commonest, the biggest. Most of the scandals now are around land. And that's because people have realized too late that natural resources are very, very important. So it is important that we keep the environment in mind in all the interventions that we are doing so as to improve productivity. And we should be looking at how can we improve livestock production and productivity. Improving livestock production and productivity must be achieved by increasing productivity of the production processes rather than increasing input use. We would like to minimize input use. If you are going to use so much to produce a certain amount, that means in the long run, the environment will be affected. And when you talk about accelerating development of the livestock sector, it means that we must identify the favorable factors or the drivers that will facilitate the growth of the sector. And these are the ones that we are referring to as accelerators. As I've said, the environment is the one that is hosting all activities. All our agriculture activities are being hosted by the environment, by the natural resources. But even other sectors, depending on this same, depending on the environment. So here we are trying to understand this relationship for us to maintain and continue producing to match the demand, to match the growing population. As the population grows, the demand grows. If we are to match that, then we need to achieve that delicate balance of making sure that all these natural resources that we are utilizing, we are also giving back to maintain them so that they can remain relevant, they can remain useful for the longer term. Some livestock sector development accelerators are listed on this slide. We have market access for livestock producers. And of course, when we talk about producers, we'd like to be mindful about the smallholder farmers. If selling a cow at a good price, or selling a bull, or whatever the steers or the cowed animals means bringing them to the slaughterhouse, to the abattoir in Kampala, then it means that the smallholder farmer would be excluded. Because the smallholder farmer, like the widows that Professor talked about and the one that I've talked about, those would never get their animals to be sold in such a market. And then we talk about fostering technical and vocational training, extension services, veterinary services, and trade, data and digitization. I know the director from NITA will be coming to talk to us how ICT is an enabler in the agricultural sector. So it is important, and for us in the livestock sector, traceability is very important. If you've heard about animals being stolen, actually theft of animals is a big, big challenge. And traceability is important, right from the farm to the slaughter place, but even for the processed products. We should aim at having products that can be traced. And that's why we think that ICT is relevant for us to develop this sector. And I'm sure the next presentation will highlight how ICT can support us to do that. Of course, financing is an important enabler as well. Then policy and good governance are also important enablers. And okay, we've already talked about access to the market. I think I can skip this. Yeah, appropriate policies. I'm sure the different presentations I've already talked about lack, for instance, Professor I talked about the lack of the food safety law. The policies, the enabling laws are very, very important for us to be able to make certain strides and achieve some of the goals that have been put down. Without that, it becomes very difficult. Because when you tell people you are not handling animal feeds correctly, they will ask you, they will even ask you on which law can you hold them for not doing what you expect them to do. So we need those appropriate laws in place. I'm sure yesterday, since the Prime Minister was here, and I've been told that a lot was promised to us, I hope having some of those enabling laws will be part of that promise. Then we need to make deliberate efforts to fund agricultural research. Professor is talking about the research in soybean. We would like to do research that we can help us to develop products and industries from the different animal products. And that will take deliberate funding for us to be able to achieve that. Good enough, we have MacReef, we also have SunReef, I know Soroti has, I think all public universities are having the reef funding. I don't know if it is enough, but I hope it can help us contribute towards that. Of course, technology innovations are still that can go together with ICT. There are a number of financing products now for agricultural sector. I'm hoping that a conference like this, we are also having someone or some of the providers for these services, agricultural financing. I hope they are part of this conference and they are going to actually clarify and give us those options. Before I conclude, livestock sector gives us so many benefits, but also if we don't manage the animals well, they can also create some challenges or problems for the environment. Especially most of the animals slaughtered in Kampala are not produced in Kampala. They are transported over long distances. And that alone can contribute, if a lot of trucks are traveling and traversing the whole country, we are contributing to certain emissions to the environment. And also, those days there were stock routes. Animals were supposed to move through particular routes, but it looks like animals now, when you're on the highway, we are always crisscrossing with the animals. We seem to be sharing everything, and sometimes they don't even follow the charts. The movement permits they acquire, they don't follow them. Before I conclude, I would like also to say animal health and welfare must be taken very seriously as we talk about developing the livestock sector. For as long as we are transporting animals in unacceptable ways, animals are being handled in unacceptable ways. Pigs are loaded in a cavera and tied on a motorcycle. For as long as animals are being handled the way we handle them, we may not achieve the full potential of this sector. The other challenge is the emission of the gases, but even that can be addressed as agricultural sector, when we work together, the nutritionists are here, we can guide farmers so that animals are fed on a combination of nutrients that minimizes the amount of gases that are released into the environment. Before I thank you, I'd like to highlight a little bit the other challenge that we are having in the livestock sector. As much as we are talking many good things about it, that children are involved in the livestock sector so much. The herdsmen, especially the boys. Most of our cultures, girls don't go out as herds. They are not herds girls. Mostly we have herdsmen and herds boys. And because of this, this practice tends to keep many children out of school. As much as livestock is important for bringing in income, but if certain boys are going to be, some parents say, I have 5 boys, 2 will study, 3 will not study. For you are going to be herdsmen. I think it will be unfair and it will affect these children from achieving their full potential. And yet we are also interested in human development. So I would like to end here by concluding that if we want to accelerate livestock sector development and also enhance productivity and agro-industrialization, then we must achieve, we must have concerted efforts, we must work together, there must be harmony and synergy. As we are researching on the animals, some of us research on foot and mouth disease, some people are researching on parasites. Our colleagues in Nikayes who are researching on the pastures and forage, we need to be working together in certain ways. We need to be harmonizing in the way we work together. And of course, then we need funders of agricultural research. We need international development partners. We need the farmers to work with the farmers who are the users of whatever technologies we produce. Then we need the policy, appropriate policy. So I can't list all the stakeholders, but all the stakeholders, all the key stakeholders that need to have an input, a contribution, need to be brought on board so that we work together towards achieving that accelerated livestock sector development and contribute towards productivity and increase the productivity and agro-industrialization. With that, I would like to acknowledge all those institutions listed, especially the organizers, and of course my colleagues from the EUFMD, FAO, that have also participated in preparing this presentation with me. And of course, I would like to thank you, the audience, for listening to me. And Chair, I thank you so much. If I've sinned, please forgive me for my sins. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agbua. I had never thought about this. I don't know how many of you have thought about it, that the most important animal is the cow. We can do away with the bull by importing semen. I hope it won't go to the humans as well at some stage. Unfortunately, our 4th presenter is not available. It's been communicated that he will only be available tomorrow, so the organizers are going to try to find time for that. Since we started late, we now have an opportunity to try to catch up. We are supposed to go into a session of general discussion, and I would like to invite our 3 presenters to the front and to ask the audience, people who have questions, to get ready. We are going to have mics moving around. I request that we keep our questions short. Please do not make me walk around to try to end your question. And the presenters have made very informative presentations. We wouldn't like you to repeat what they have said or to make other presentations. So our 3 presenters, Professor Tukamuhawa, please get to the front. I think throughout the presentation we've seen evidence of work going on to contribute to livelihood, which has been very much emphasized in this conference. Would like to enhance productivity and agro-industrialization, and we can't do that just through research. We got to translate the research. And the team here has ably demonstrated how that is being done in different sectors. They've also demonstrated the important role of partnership. They have demonstrated the role of the right legal framework, supportive legal framework, and a lot of things that I'm not going to attempt to repeat. I now want to invite questions. If you'd raise your hand, and I may not be able to see the face and call out the name, but at least hopefully when I point, you'll be able to, the people with the mics will come to you. Keep the questions brief. We'll take, you specify amongst the presenter who you're addressing the question or comment to, and after taking a few questions, they'll respond. I'll request that you have notebooks and pens to jot down the questions. So the discussion is now open. Question number 1, where's 2? Question number 2 and question number 3. Let's start with those 3. Right.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the session, and thank you so much to all presenters. My name is Dr. Lawrence Mugisha. I come from College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources, and Biosecurity. My question goes to the soya professor, and I want to say thank you so much for all those different products and varieties. But there is one slide that made me interested in asking this question, but yet you never paid attention to it. And that was the life cycle. So when I looked at the life cycle of those different varieties, some of them started very fast and they were declining very fast. Now I wondered to the ordinary farmer, how will that ordinary farmer cope up with that quick decline of the life cycle? What is it that we are not doing quite well scientifically? I don't want to mention the word GMO here, but it is something striking me. Probably if you could spend a little more time on that slide for 1-2 minutes to give us more highlights on that life cycle decline and how you're handling it among the farmers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mugisha. I think we'll go to the middle. You introduce yourself before the question, just like Dr. Mugisha.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Halid Kironda. I'm a director of research in the National Agricultural Research Organization, leading the Mbarazona Agricultural Research and Development Institute currently. My comments go to my sister, Dr. Sylvia Baruka. Her paper is quite interesting. I appreciate the contribution that she has made during the presentation, but I also thought that she could have gone an extra mile to interest us more in how best to develop this livestock industry or to accelerate development in the country. There are areas which I think we would better add in that presentation if it is to have additional contribution. Like, for example, if we are to talk about how best the livestock industry should make the contribution, we need to talk about increasing the product range. What products do we generate out of livestock, especially now that she talks about the cow as the major enterprise that we should be looking at. We need to talk about how best technology, or biotechnology specifically, should be utilized to improve the livestock industry. We need to talk about precision agriculture, or how best to enhance digital intelligence in order to be able to improve the livestock industry. We need to look at the alternative technologies that should be able to reduce.
Dr. Chirunda, I think now you give the opportunity to the presenter eventually to answer the question.
Yes, please.
Because now you are making
how best can we be able to
presentation.
I never wanted to be negative. I thought if I ask the question, then I would sound like I'm negative. And yet the presentation was quite good. Probably how best do we improve how do we reduce the emission of the greenhouse gases, because that is the negative effect that livestock gets reprimanded for in the development of the world. Those could be the areas that she needs to add more light to this conference if we are to benefit most from her paper.
Thank you very much. The mic over here.
Thank you very much. My question goes to our senior Dr. Sylvia Angombua. She mentioned that digitization and data is very vital for the livestock sector development. And she went ahead to say that it can help in traceability and improving productivity. Now, I went to a certain district, interacted with some farmers recently. I thought the biggest challenge would be diseases or feed scarcity, but to my surprise, the chicken farmers, goat farmers, especially widows and others, they ranked theft of goats, theft of chicken, theft of cattle as one of the biggest challenge they are facing. The others come later. There are livelihood intervention programs that take animals and distribute them as stocking materials within a week, within a month, before the end of 1 year. These animals are stolen and taken away. How can digitization be quickened to really help combat this kind of challenges the ordinary people are facing? That is my question to you, Doctor. Thank you.
Another 3 before we give opportunity to the presenters. We'll start with this lady in front, second lady, and the gentleman just behind.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sarah Mtonyi. I'm from Naro-Mak. Thank you so much, Prof. Tukamuhawe, for that presentation on Mak soya. I was so impressed because you said the farmers are getting 2.4 million from growing 1 hectare of Mak soya. Now, last season, I was involved in seed multiplication for the Institute for Mak soya 6. And I realized that if you don't add fertilizer, then the yield is very low. I just set apart 2 fields where I did not add fertilizer. And then also, we did not add rhizobium to the fertilizer, but still, it performed very well with NPK. So my question is, for a poor farmer who cannot be able to get NPK and rhizobia, how can they improve their yield from the 1 hectare? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand over here, please. This way before the gentleman.
Thank you very much. My name is Winnie Kalubo, and I work with Naro in the area of fisheries research. My question goes to Professor Kaya. Yesterday we listened to a presentation regarding minimizing impacts of COVID-19 on food systems. You have presented to us various frameworks regarding post-harvest losses, possibly the opportunities for modernization therein. I want to hear from you how poised we are as a country and in relation to post-harvest management in terms of absorbing shocks of any future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Can we have the second mic over there? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, presenters. I'm J.B. Odoy from Naro. I would like to ask a question to Professor John Kaya. I'm a tree-based person. I'm from Nafori. And we have a number of tree crops. Recently, we have now working on jackfruit. And these are important tree crops that come right from rural areas. And that's where we have a lot of problems on post-harvest handling. You made a mention of vegetables coming when they've withered. And yesterday we had a presentation indicating that fruits and vegetables are becoming the gold in the international market. And this is where there is a lot of issues of post-harvest handling. In your recommendation, the recommendations, you did not mention anything that should be taken home as a way of how to handle more so these fragile products, which are very, very important to livelihood. Then the second question is to Prof. Tukamuhabwa. You are my lecturer, I know. I thank you very much for the work in soya. I know soya very well, but now the question is, you presented a number of varieties that have been developed. Could you please tell us where the different varieties do best, since we have the different agroecological zones in Uganda, so that I may know which one to take, for example, in my area in Tororo? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doi. Earlier on, I told you about my affiliation with Naro, and the chair council Naro is here. I'd like first to recognize him, Dr. William Olaho Mukani. But as I recognize his presence, I also request that you bring a mic because he has some burning questions for the presenters. After the chair council, I'll give 2 opportunities for people at the back, just 2. So if you would raise your hand and I see it, then you'll be the last 2 in the back. If not, well and good. It seems we don't have any further questions. The back, I'm not sure that's the back, but yes, we have one there, but not yet. The second one, none. So we'll only have, after the chair council, 1 question over there. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought you didn't see me. Thank you for being so brilliant. Allow me to thank Professor Kaya, of course, Sylvia, and now my brother Tukamuhabwa. My question is on this soya. I want to say that soya is a key crop as far as I'm concerned. And thank you for the work you are doing. I come from the policy direction. You look at countries like Brazil, China, this soya has done wonders because of its contribution to food for human, food for animal, and of course to the environment. Now, what policy issues do you have for government on this crop? Because we know that for us in the animal sector, the mukene which we are using for feeds will be running out. But soya has a potential to bridge this gap. What policy recommendations do you have for government so that we take affirmative action to ensure that we protect this crop and amplify it in production? Yesterday I was listening to news and you were saying that US is running sort of soybean. Actually, and even grains. You can Google that if you want. So these are issues really, things are running down. What policy recommendations do you make for government? Thank you.
Thank you. Very important question. And lastly,
thank you so much, the chairperson. I'm Kamatara Kanifa from Makerere University, a meat scientist. My question goes to Dr. Sophia Agbua. Thank you for your presentation, but my concern was, I've seen the different ways you're putting forward on how we can accelerate the livestock sector to contribute to development. How, or do we have any packages for the development of traditional meat products to bring them on board, as it has been done for milk? You'll realize that milk has been brought on board, and the smallest farmer, the products are getting on the market, for example, ghee, that is for women, yogurt, bongo processing. We are not seeing the traditional meat products being brought on board. Any packages or ways how we can get this, and therefore have the smallholder farmers get into the meat value chain and therefore get out of poverty? Thank you.
thank you very much, Kanifa, for that very important question that wraps up the receipt of questions. Now it's time to get the responses. I will start with the soya professor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
If you will, let's keep them brief so that we wrap up.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, everyone who asked a question. Now I will start with the life cycle of the soybean varieties that I showed. We can only blame the chairperson because he never gave me time to explain. But actually, I said the varieties we have, their life cycle ranges from 6 to 8. Those so far that have kind of been, they are not on market. But what we presented, it was showing that varieties have a limited time of production. The good news is that we continuously breed new ones. And also they are with farmers. It is not that farmers don't have what to plant. What we showed is based on demand for foundation seed. Because when farmers are not demanding a variety, seed companies, NGOs, and LSBs stop demanding that foundation seed from us. That's what we showed. But farmers are very safe, and we have developed several varieties available like you saw. So they are busy producing these varieties. So there is no cause for alarm. Everything is really under control. Then the second is on soil fertility, that yes, indeed, NPK will do well. What about farmers who cannot afford? They cannot afford NPK, and indeed that is true, and they may not afford rhizobium. Actually, rhizobium is very cheap. The farmers the only problem is its handling and storage is delicate. But otherwise, rhizobium is very cheap because for 1 acre, you only need like 5,000. However, I would suggest that government gives subsidy to fertilizer because real fertilizer is expensive for many farmers. It is only the large scale who manage. Even in the large scale, like I said, they make more profit when they have used rhizobium alone, because the yield you got, if you want to do cost-benefit analysis, you may find that maybe there are some gaps. But with poor soils, it is always good to add starter nitrogen, a little nitrogen, maybe just a little NPK. Otherwise, soybean has the capacity to fix its own nitrogen. But of course, if the soil is really poor, it is good to apply a little nitrogen. And then, where are the varieties most suited? The varieties we have bred. They are suited for all regions in Uganda, including Tororo, except highland areas, high altitude like Mount Elgon, Kigezi, and all those cold places. That one is we are handling, but the lowland areas, all these varieties do well because we make sure and we test in all these regions. However, right now the farmers are telling us what they want most is Maxo 3N and Max 6. They are the most popular, even though the others are there and they are in saturation. But Max 3 and Max 6 are right now what is on highest demand. And I just want to thank the good comment from our chair here. Indeed, soybean is key. And Uganda, we have really kind of been, you know, kind of sleeping on with really gold. You know, I could talk about soybean for so long, so I will just say, indeed, countries have benefited, and we take the challenge that we need to develop soybean policy for this country, and we have taken the challenge seriously. However, it is gratifying also to note that recently, government has seen this and is taking soybean as a strategic crop necessary for the development of this country. And we have received support from NADS. They realize that we need to develop more varieties and produce more foundation seed. They have given us all the necessary equipment to do this. So government is really seeing this, but we have taken the challenge of developing a policy for a soybean policy for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tukamahabu. I think, Dr. Doi, now you can work towards getting your 2.4 million in Tororo per hectare. Professor Kaya, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I got 2 questions, and I think let me start with this gentleman from Nakori who harshly judged me for not mentioning anything about fragile produce like a fene, jackfruit. And I think almost all my recommendations were actually geared towards these perishable produce, the fruits and vegetables. And I talked about the improvement of the infrastructure, including you know, the handling, the cold chain, the packaging, you know, because those you know, produce are fragile, you know, require actually soft handling. In fact, sometimes I say that if they had tears to shed, our produce actually would be shedding tears, those which are you know, fragile, as he says. So the tender, loving care is what we have been always emphasizing, you know, to handle these produce, and that is strongly emphasized, including, you know, the suggestions that I made about establishment of the centers of excellence, the, you know, the demonstration, you know, units at each district. And I think also we need to, you know, to revise the local government, I don't know, the act or whatever structure, to have somebody in charge of food quality and safety, you know, at the district level. They should be able to help us to sensitize the farmers on how to handle the produce, you know, to enhance, you know, quality, etc., etc. Now, the person who talked about the, you know, resilience to shocks, you know, including COVID-19, the floods and whatever, yes, that is very, very important. During our discussion on the food, you know, the UN Food System Summit, there was a whole action track on resilience to shocks, you know, by farmers, by, you know, different stakeholders. So where we recommended, you know, specifically for post-harvest handling, the early warning systems, you know, to warn farmers against these shocks, like floods, We also recommended the establishment of resilient post-harvest, post-harvest technologies that are resilient to climate change, including getting dryers, appropriate dryers during continued rain when farmers are drying their produce, and so on. So I think this is something which is very, very good, and all the recommendations have been included in there. Just like my colleague here, the chairperson also handled me very badly, and I could not finish explaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kaya. Now if you finished everything, there would be no questions. They are giving you an opportunity to discuss. And I would now like to invite Dr. Sylvia Agubua.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I would like to thank the colleagues who have asked questions. I have 3 questions. First of all, I would like to begin by saying in the 20 minutes, as you've heard from the professors, they were not able to complete their presentation. So in the 20 minutes, you cannot exhaust everything about a particular topic. So if there is anything that you did not hear, I can only anticipate that the rest of the presentation, the papers, are going to follow. I think they will follow after this morning session in the different breakout rooms. So I hope you're looking out for the right room where you'd like to go to hear more from, in case you're interested in a particular topic. That said, I would like to answer the questions as follows. The first question that I picked from Dr. Halid Chirunda is the concern, for instance, he wanted me to propose what can be done to address or to reduce the undesirable gas emissions into the environment from livestock. There are many. I did refer to colleagues, for instance, who research on, who are in nutrition, who are researching and advising on the different rations, nutritional rations for the different animal species, the different age groups, that they have a role. They have a role to play because we have an optimal ration for the different livestock species that helps us to achieve that objective of minimizing the undesirable gas emissions into the environment. That is one area where I was saying we need to work together so that for us who are researching on animal health and the diseases and breeding, we are not disconnected from the people who are researching on the nutritional aspects for the animals. Through that, we can be able to address that challenge. Another way is, of course, utilizing this manure appropriately. I talked about biogas having a potential for actually being a major contributor towards the energy sector. I think it's underdeveloped. As I said, when I visited Naliri recently, I was impressed. And this is one case study I can say they are doing very well, the way they are managing the whole chain, and the way they are even utilizing the manure, the way they are collecting it, the environment is clean, and also they can show you how the manure is being transformed. They get out the bags, solid bags of fertilizers, while the liquid is separated, and then they are producing the energy that is being stored and is powering most of their facilities at the institute. That is another way of not leaving this manure in the environment to produce the undesirable gases. There are several other technologies that have already been identified. What we need is more support, more research funding to enable researchers to do more and to develop more products using, because almost every byproduct from livestock can be used to produce another usable or useful product. But we just need funding for research. I'm sure the researchers are available. Recently, we had graduations, and we had many undergraduates coming out, and many of the undergraduates would like to become graduate students and proceed to do doctoral studies. So we have so many. We have the personnel are there who are willing to do research in these areas, and the mentors are also available. But we need a push with increasing the research budget And that will be done, and we'll be able to address that challenge. Dr. Guma from Naro is talking about rampant theft. Rampant theft of livestock is an unsettling question. It has affected many people. I interfaced with it when I was still serving as the president of the Uganda Veterinary Association. Whenever you visit a community and you ask farmers, what is your challenge? Theft was always one of the major challenges. And one time I was touched. I was addressing a meeting somewhere in Soroti in the village, and a woman came. A woman came when she had tied her chicken on the back. Of course, it was attractive. Seeing a woman like that, I had not seen somebody walking with a chicken like that. So she said, this is the only thing I own. And I am sure if I left it behind and I came for a meeting, I would not find it. This is the only way I can be sure that my source of livelihood is secure. That is very, very unfortunate. If you see a woman of 80-something years walking with her chicken on the back, and because the chicken will be stolen by a young man of 20 and 25, that's very, very unfortunate. Unfortunately, I don't think that digitization alone and improving traceability, even if every animal had a chip in Uganda like it is in Europe and US, I don't think that we will stop theft. Again, I said today I came with a development mind, and from the development world, much of the time, if you look at theft in a developing country, we think about the lack of livelihood opportunities, we think about the lack of employment opportunities for the youth. Because most of the time, the thieves are youth. The youth who are here, forgive me. I'm not saying you are the only ones who steal, because recently the media has been telling us that even as senior citizens, we can steal. But I would like to say much of the theft, like of livestock, is happening because many youth are redundant, they don't have a source of income. And again, from the development world, we do recognize that youth unemployment is a very big challenge. And for as long as you have high youth unemployment, it contributes to insecurity, it contributes to theft and all the other undesirable acts. And the reason is simple. Young people who are energetic never die of hunger. You will never find someone young, 12 and above, maybe now we can even lower the age to 8 and above, who will just sit down and drop dead. It doesn't happen. If you hear that someone has died of hunger, that must be a young child or a very senior citizen, very senior at a certain age, for instance, 80 and above, who has no energy to steal. Hunger itself drives an instinct for someone to look for something. And that's why some of the theft is happening, because the young people don't have source of income. That's a big challenge, and I know that the agriculture sector has potential to work with government to address the high youth unemployment and also safety and insecurity in the country, being driven because many of these youth, they don't have hope, but also they don't have what to eat the next day.
Dr. Akbar, I suggest
okay.
you go to the next. So that
Let me respond to the last question. That one, we can conclude it outside of here. Now, the last question, Dr. Hanifa Kamatara is asking about what support, what packages to the livestock sector, the beef sector, meat sector. It looks like more interventions have been towards dairy. Yes, I'll agree with you to an extent, but I would also like to let you know, I believe there are colleagues here from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, especially from the Directorate of Animal Resources. There has been a big project that has been implemented, I think, since around 2018, 2019. We have had a project, the MOBIP project. I can't remember the full, whatever name for this acronym, MOBIP. But MOBIP is to do with specifically the meat and beef sector funded by the European Union. And it has been working with even traditional groups. I'm aware, even supporting some people who are making crafts from the horns, making buttons from the horns and the different parts that come from the animals after slaughter. So I'm aware, at least there is an intervention where the government is working with the European Union funding to specifically address beef meat. That particular project did not touch dairy. It was really focusing on meat. So I hope that is a sign and an indication that the sector is starting to get priority, and therefore we can expect that even more funding, more support more interventions will follow. That is my simple response to Hanifa, and I hope you can get more information from the people coming from the Director of Animal Resources in our ministry, in MAIF. I thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions and for your kind attention.
Thank you very much to the presenters, and a round of applause. My apologies again. Unfortunately, this is one of those jobs you can't afford to be liked. You have to be a little bit unpopular to move the time. But I think in the time you were given, you've really done justice to the topics. And as Dr. Sylvia has just said, within those minutes, it's difficult to present everything. But the presenters are going to be with us, and I'd like to encourage you, if you have further questions, to approach them so that we discuss. I'd like to thank you for the time you've spent preparing and making such informative presentations. I'd like to thank the audience for your attention. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for including this important session. I think in these few minutes, we've really seen windows for accelerating and enhancing agro-industrialization and agricultural productivity. We've seen emphasis on aspects of policy, partnerships, efficiency of value chains, translation of research. And I'd like to say, through the presentations, clearly we see that there is need for interdisciplinary and intersectionality. Once again, thank you for your audience, for your active participation, and thank you, organizing committee, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I want really, can we honestly give a very, very big applause to the presenters and the chair. Thank you so much, John, for keeping time. Actually, I've been timing you, and you have only used extra 5 minutes. Thanks a lot. I really want to appreciate you for keeping time. Can we clap for him? Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of these sessions, and I want to thank the presenters, Professor Finehas, who happens to be one of my lecturers when I was still young, and now I think I'm not doing very well. And also I would like to thank Kaya. I've interacted with him in a number of arenas. But what I remember him for is aflatoxin. He taught me what it means by aflatoxin. Thank you so much, Kaya. Sylvia, we have been working at VET together. I think there are quite a number of things I admire about you. And you have learned, actually I've learned from you how to be humble. That's what I can describe from you. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Okay, we will be going for break. And please, can we only spend 15 minutes? If you cannot take tea in 15 minutes, I kindly request you to carry it on where you will be. So in the next session, we will be going into different parallel sessions, and others will remain here on the speak ballroom, this one, which is, the sub-theme will be managing interaction among agriculture, fragile ecosystem, and changing environment. Under sub-theme 2, it will be in Jacaranda. It's down one step and probably just where I'm standing downstairs. It will be modernizing post-harvest management and food safety systems. Sub-theme 3 will be intensification of crop productivity and seed system. It will be in Ebony, okay, also slightly where I'm standing. Those two rooms are quite close to each other. Sub-theme 4 will be going to Royal Palm, which is just across when we move from the gate there. And that will be accelerating development of livestock-based industries. For us to compensate for our losses yesterday, we shall be going to another room. If you go one step down, and the last room from Jacaranda and Ebony, you will go to what is called Mahogany. So please, let's take that, that note. And I would like to request the different chairpersons of the different sessions to be there in time in the next 15 minutes. And Professor Bernard Yanda will be here. Professor Kaya will be in Jacaranda. Dr. Geoffrey Arnaitwe will be in Ebony. And Dr. Lawrence Mugisha, you will be at Royal Palm. And Laban Turia, actually this man is called Okello. I don't know why they have written Turia here. Dr. Laban, you will be managing what was left out yesterday. So Laban, you go to Mahogany. That's where you'll be chairing the session. At this time also, I want to really thank our sponsors, USID, Feed the Future Institutional System Strengthening. I also want to thank the USID Feed the Future Agri Research Activity for sponsoring this conference. I'd like to thank ABI. They call it ABI, but I thought it was ABI, Zadi. But fortunately, it is a ABI Development Limited. Kabi, thank you so much for what you are doing for this conference. And of course, the World Bank for sponsoring. Nile Breweries. I want to be very clear that actually they gave us water, not Nile. So those ones who are expecting Nile here, special, we have some water. But I want to be very, very particular to this one of our sponsors, Professor Nicholas Chigundu. I was a bit embarrassed that I didn't even pull my 100,000 to sponsor this, because this is an individual sponsoring such a big conference. Professor Nicholas Chigundu, we are very happy to really, for your support. I would like also to inform the conference that we have posters, exhibitions behind there. Actually, I've been moving there, and there are quite a number of interesting things that we can learn from those posters, and even a number of good things you can learn from the exhibitions. So, yes, I've already told you about the changes in the programs, and I've tried to read them over to you. And I want to say that breakfast, you will move one step down. Just at that step, when you get down to your right, there will be tea. There is also another tea table at Mahogany. So those ones who are going for the session in Mahogany can actually go straight there. But in case there is congestion there, don't hesitate first to check Mahogany, and if it is congested, also you come back. You can actually take it twice if you want. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Can we take 15 minutes, then we come back? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
So there is a long history of stingless bee product being used in Uganda. And so far, we have successfully domesticated about 2 stingless bee species. This was a very recent study where we domesticated Meliponula bocandei and Meliponula ferruginea. And we have seen that bocandei has high commercial value. They produce good amounts of honey, pollen, and propolis. And much as they produce these products in big quantity, we don't have adequate information on their nutritional and oxidative profiles. So that is why we undertook this study to profile the nutritional and oxidative activities of the product. So the main objective was to profile the nutritional and antioxidative properties of the stingless bee honey from the 2 agroecological zones. Why was this study significant? First of all, to provide an inventory on the mineral nutrients and antioxidant profiles in the stingless bee honey, and also to provide baseline data which can be used for developing the standards. Right now, the East African community is working on standards for the different bee products, and stingless bee honey and propolis are among the products which are being used for developing these standards. So that was the study area in the Western Highland Agroecological Zone. We worked basically in Kabarole and Bunyangabu. Then in the Lake Victoria Crescent, we worked within Wakiso, where we have the meliponaris. So we collected samples in 2 seasons, the wet and the dry season, and we used falcon tubes. These samples were stored, and we did the analysis at Makerere University. So these are some of the components which we analyzed. We analyzed for the mineral elements to look at the nutritional properties. Then we looked at the total phenolic compounds. We looked at flavonoids and DPPH activity to look at the antioxidant properties. So those are some of the profiles which we generated. And we are seeing the values which we tried to compare. We saw that for the antioxidant profiles with the DPPH, we saw that there was no significant difference in the DPPH within the agroecological zones. But we also saw that there was some slight difference in the DPPH when we considered season. And this is very important. When we look at the variation, seasonality is very important. If you want to maximize the properties of those other different components, which season should you do the harvesting? Because we are seeing, like for total phenolic compounds, we are seeing that during dry season, we have the phenolic compounds are much more higher. That means if the oxidative properties of these bees, of the honey, is more higher when you harvest them during the dry season than when you harvest them during the wet season. So, when we looked at the honey, mostly the reducing sugars, we saw that there is no significant difference in the honeys collected from the 2 agroecological zones and also across the season. So, though we saw that during the wet season, the sugars were higher in the Western Highlands than in the Lake Victoria Crescent. So we also looked at the mineral elements, and those are the number of mineral elements, and we see that there are a lot of minerals, most macro and micro minerals in the honey. So look at phosphorus, for example. You will see that there is high phosphorus components in the bees, and we know the roles phosphorus play in the human body. We are looking also at the micronutrients. We look at zinc, for example. We are looking at iron. All of these are very important, and we have seen how they are varying in the different agroecological zones and also across the season. So what does this one indicate to us? It indicates to us that stingless bee honey is a very good component in human nutrition as source of some of these elements. And you see that if you need good bones, you need strong teeth, most of these elements are important. Iron, for example, plays a very important role in blood cell formation. So all of these are very prevalent in this product. And we also went ahead to see, using principal component analysis, how do these minerals and the oxidative profiles pair in these different agroecological zones. And we see that most of these profiles, for example, we are seeing potassium pairing well with the DPPH, and DPPH, this one looks for the free radicals in the body, and they are very important in handling issues like blood sugars and all that. So these are very important components, and we see the variation that because we have these four components, which are showing us, if I had the pointer, I would be able to show you the different elements and the oxidative profiles, how they pair. So what are we trying to conclude? We are concluding that nutritional and antioxidant profiles of Meliponula bocandei honey is consistent with other meliponini. These are other stingless bees which have been studied in other parts of the world. We are also seeing that the honey from the two agroecological zones are suitable for human consumption because the profiles in them are very good for human health, and the oxidative properties provide avenues for alleviating some of the human health conditions. We want to appreciate Naro, because Naro funded part of this work under the CGS. Also, Macquarie University funded part of this work under RIF, and we worked with several partners. I thank you for listening.
Yes, let's give an applause for him. He has saved us 1 minute. He took 9 minutes. That is excellent. So let's have Gerald Ongodia to come to present to us on effect of N-Metarhizium anisoplei on non-target arthropods in farmlands. Welcome, please.
Good morning, everybody. I am called Gerald Ongodia. I am presenting to you on the effect of Metarhizium anisoplei on non-target target ground foraging arthropods. Actually, just to correct, it is not a effect of an Metarhizium anisople. It is just effect of Metarhizium anisople. Yes, can we move on? Next slide. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my presentation outline. I'll talk about the introduction, the objective, the hypothesis, the methods, the results, and then conclusion and recommendations. By way of introduction, Metarhizium anisople is a genus of fungi belonging to the Asmycota, and it is distributed worldwide. It has shown potential for biological control of insect pests, and it is soil resident. For example, it has been used in the control of the cockchafer beetle, which is important in forestry, and then the sugar beet weevil, and then some grasshopper nymphs, which are pests in nature. Pests in agriculture, we know, cause significant damage, with losses to crops estimated at 10 to 15% of the total yield globally. And losses to productivity in farming as a result of termites, for example, have been estimated in East Africa to be in the range of between 50 to 100. So you can lose totally everything on farm as a result of termite attack on mainly cereals. So lately, advances in pest control efforts favor the use of biological means. And these include, among others, the entomopathogens, as opposed to chemical control. So, but although these are, the biological control measures are considered safe, some of the biocontrol agents have been known to cause pathogenicity. They cause disease on beneficial insect organisms. These are not targeted, but you find that they cause damage to them. And yet, this might be important in the functioning of the natural ecosystem. So in this study, as an objective, we wanted to assess the effect of Metarhizium anisople application on non-target ground generalist arthropods. This is on arable land. And a little bit on Metarhizium anisople. It is a species of the Metarhizium. And this is soil, it inhabits, it's found in the soil. And then it occurs worldwide, from the temperates to the tropics. And then sometimes it is known as the, commonly known as the green muscadine fungus, because it causes mycosis of a green substance on the affected organism. So in the methods, we established plots of 15 by 8 meters, and these were at a separation of 2 meters between the plots and adjacent to each other. And we established this on 6 farms in Magada district. I mean in Magada sub-county in Namutumba district. And then on the plots, we established 5 Grevillea robusta tree seedlings planted in rows along the plot widths and at a spacing of 2 meters between the seedlings. And this row we established at a 0.5 meters from one edge of the plots, each plot. So 2 points were marked at 3 meters and 6 meters from the Grevillea robusta seedlings. And this was along a transect line that we established at the center of each plot. So we installed pitfall traps containing some water, maybe about 125 mils. And we inserted them into the ground to flush with the ground surface. So at the marked points where we established this, we left the pitfalls open, and we left them there for about 12 hours, basically overnight. So this is just an illustration of the plots. This pointer is not working, but what you see in blue there are the Grevillea robusta seedlings. And then those black spots at the center along that line are the spots where we put the pitfalls. The one closest to the Grevillea is at 3 meters, and then the other one is at 6 meters. Oh. Okay. You're using this one? Yes. That means it's well. Yeah, but it's not taking me to the next. That is okay. So the pitfall traps with their, after the 12 hours, were recovered, and with their contents of the trapped arthropods, we took them to a School of Forestry, Environmental and Geographical Sciences, pathology lab. And then after that, first trapping, we applied 2 grams of Metarhizium anisopli. This was the Isipe 30 isolate of the fungus. So we applied the granules to the Grevillea robusta seedlings at the root collar area. So thereafter, subsequent trappings after the application were done at 12 months, 12 weeks and 28 weeks later. So the trapped arthropods in the lab, we cultured them on sterile petri dishes, which were lined with the sterile filter paper, and then we put them on a laminar floor, which was also sterile, and then we observed for emergence of the green muscadine disease on the cadavers. Those were the dead arthropods. So the cultures were inspected every 48 hours for mycosis on the cadavers. So that is the picture on the extreme left is Metarhizium granules that we applied. And then this is the seedling, and what you can see at the root collar area there are the granules that we applied. So the results, we found that the proportion of the non-target arthropods that were not infected by the fungus at the 3-point area where we trapped them from were higher at 96.9%. And then those that we trapped at the 6 meter point where non-infection was at 91.9%. So these were percentages that we observed all through the 3 trapping phases. At 0, that was before application of the fungus. then at 12 weeks, and then at 28 weeks after application. So, but the difference was non-significant. And the arthropods with the highest proportion of non-infection at the 3-meter point were 98, and those at the 6-meter point of trapping were at over 96%. And then those that we trapped included the hymenopterans, and then the Damapterans, Coleoptera, and then the Aranea, as we see in this table. Those were the arthropods that we trapped. So this table basically summarizes the infection percentages. But those that you see that I have highlighted with red circles, that was before we applied the metarhizium. So you might be wondering where that, some of those, why those got infected yet. Yet at that point we hadn't yet applied. But as I say, this is a soil resident fungus, and they could have probably picked infection from the soil. So, but all across, for all the orders at both the 3-meter trapping point and then the 6-meter trapping points, you could see that across all the stages of trapping, the infection rates were non-significant. So, what we conclude and recommend in this study, we say that metarhizium anisopli fungus has no effect on arthropods that are not of target when we apply it to control termites. Then these characteristics may play a significant role in the translocation of the fungal spores from one point to another, hence achieving the effectiveness of this method of pest control, because the spores attach on the bodies of the arthropods. So as they forage and move from one point to another, they can move the spores from one point to the other. So we say that deliberate efforts should be emphasized on developing this product as one of the key eco-friendly approaches of pest management on farm, as opposed to use of inorganic chemicals. Because we all know the effects that come along with application of inorganic chemicals for pest control. So I want to acknowledge Naro for supporting through the National Forestry Resources Research Institute that partnered with Ruforum in conducting this study. And then of course the farmers and the field technicians, the farmers on which we conducted the study. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. We move straight to the third presentation, tackling climate change effects in Robusta coffee by enhancing soil health through agroforestry. To be done by Fungo Bernard, but one of the members of the research team is going to present on behalf of the team, not Fungo. So welcome the lady here to come and present on behalf of the team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving us the opportunity to talk about agroforestry in Robusta coffee. As the slides come up, I'll be giving us some information regarding progress of including trees for soil health in Robusta coffee farms. And I do apologize for my colleague who couldn't present, but my name is Judith Nantongo. I do acknowledge the partners involved in this project, who include Nakori, Makerere University, CIRAD, and Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance. So before I go into the slides, I would wish to remind the participants of some of the discussions that we have had since yesterday, of which one of the key issues that came up is the use of fertilizers, which even prompted the Honorable Prime Minister to give a directive on the fertilizer use policy, but also there were various statements on, for example, the phosphate fertilizer factory. But also since yesterday, we've had a number of deliberations. For example, today in the soy presentation, there were a lot of discussions on fertilizers. But to me, what this shows is the widespread concern on the nature of our soils. And to me, it shows that our soils are not well endowed in order to facilitate getting our targets for food and nutrition, as well as economic development. But in addition to the current status of our soils, literature has shown us that climate change will also aggravate the soil fertility issues. For example, on the map here that I'm showing, the blue areas already indicate those areas that are already suffering from excessive soil erosion, which already impacts on soil fertility. But also climate change is thought to aggravate the effect of pests and diseases, as we see on the slides, the effect of pests on coffee. So as a remedy, practitioners recommending the use of inorganic compounds, especially fertilizers, but of course the pesticides and herbicides, in order to improve productivity. But the use of inorganic compounds doesn't come scot-free, because we know that inorganic compounds, in addition to the pollution to the biodiversity, it also causes increase in pathogen emergencies. So as Naro at the National Forestry Resources Research Institute, we are trying to develop safer, cheaper, and sustainable alternatives. So that's why we are trying to promote the use of agroforestry in our farmlands, in agricultural settings, as we hope that agroforestry, which is the inclusion of trees in agricultural ecosystems, is a resilient, a way of promoting resilient and adaptive agri-food systems, given the potential of trees to ameliorate the environment where they are, both above the ground and below ground. So on that slide, I have tried to give some examples of some of the effects of trees to our environment. For example, trees do enhance below ground biodiversity, they improve soil nutrition, and soil properties, but above ground we know that trees are very important in ameliorating, for example, microclimates, but also facilitating above ground biodiversity. So in essence, when we are looking at curbing or trying to manage climate change, in as much as our fertilizers and inorganic compounds can offer short-term solutions, we think agroforestry should be one of the key approaches for long-term adaptation of agri-food systems. So we are starting our project using coffee as an example. So we are trying to develop robust agroforestry systems in Robusta coffee farms, and we are targeting coffee given its importance to national development, as we know that up to 30% of earnings of Uganda are contributed from coffee, which helps up to 1.7 million farmers. And also, we know that there are two different species of coffee, one which is Arabica and Robusta. So Arabica grows in highland places, for example, in Mbale, but Robusta is the most common, especially in lowlands, and this contributes to 80% of the total coffee production in Uganda. So that means in developing robust coffee production systems, we are trying to enhance the economic development of our country. But I mention here is that as we integrate trees, managing the interaction between those trees and the coffee plants is a key strategy to having a successful agroforestry program. So these are the key questions that we are trying to ask. Of course, we know that agroforestry is not a new science. I mean, people have been integrating trees in coffee over a long time, but most of them have been basing on local knowledge and anecdotal information. So as NAFORI, we are trying to come up with scientific evidence on including these agroforestry trees in coffee. So these questions are what we are asking. For example, what are the appropriate tree species in Robusta coffee? How are nutrients partitioned between the coffee and the trees? Which microbes enhance disease and drought resistance, especially when we are talking about climate change. This is very important. But also, we are trying to look further into the different tree microbes, for example, the mycorrhiza, those fungal tree associations, and how these can be harnessed to improve efficiency. So the questions I've seen are being managed by PhD students. So we so far have four PhD students, but the results I'm presenting here are very preliminary from the surveys that we have done. And we have seen trying to understand which trees are mostly common in the agroforestry systems of coffee. These were the four most common around the central, of which we have ficus, and the three fruit trees. Of course, if you see these trees, the challenge was that the most common tree species in coffee within the central, for example, are fruit trees, which may not necessarily contribute to the health of the soil. So the question that we have now is how do we balance between promoting food security in agroforestry, but also contribute to soil health? So after understanding those trees, what we did, we have set up a very big trial at NAFORI, where we have included different potential agroforestry trees. Some of these trees are not used by farmers at the moment, but based on different hypotheses, we have selected those trees, which we think can possibly help the Robusta coffee farms. For example, we have selected medicinal tree species like Prunus africana and neem, which we think that because of their medicinal properties, they could possibly be useful in preventing pests and diseases in coffee. So we'll be monitoring their effect on coffee in our trial before we recommend them to the farmers. But also trees like Albizia coriaria, which are leguminous. So in the morning when they talked about, soy and legumes, we also hope that this Albizia can also be very beneficial to the coffee through that nitrogen fixation. But also we are trying a range of tree species based on several hypotheses, which we hope to promote for coffee farmers. So I was just trying to show you the experiment that we have just established of different tree species, but the challenge that we have had is that, of course, people have been suggesting different trees, but because of the size of the tree, we can't have 50 acres of a trial, so we have tried to manage fewer species. So I've just presented some of the preliminary work, but the key expectations from all the work that we'll get from the PhD students is, one, we'll be recommending the most suitable agroforestry tree species in coffee, but also we'll be recommending some of the silvicultural practices. For example, how often do you prune or how often do you weed when you're having an agroforestry system. But also we'll have some information on pest and disease management, especially after including some of those trees with medicinal properties. So we hope that to promote agroforestry, we need some effort by the government to refurbish the labs at Nafori, but also to help us fund some of these long-term studies, because an experiment on trees will definitely take more than 3 or 4 or 5 years. So we also hope the government can include agroforestry in government extension. Well, that was the last slide. So thank you so much, and I continue to acknowledge the partners. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Judith. She has just made it in exactly 10 minutes. That is good. So our last presenter is Florence Osaro. She is coming to present on genotype and environment effects on resistance to sweet potato weevil and stability of root neck length. We welcome you. Come and give us the talk.
Okay, I'm called Florence Osaro. I'm going to present on genotype by environment interaction effects on sweet potato weevil resistance and stability of root neck length. Why root neck length? We, in our recent publication of 2023, we published root neck length as the key morphological weevil resistance predictor. Okay, sweet potato weevil is an important pest in sweet potato. The adult weevils lay eggs in vines, in the stems of the vines, in the stems of sweet potato, and the roots, preferring the roots. And then the larvae are the most damaging stage of the weevil. And the yield they cause is really significant, up to 100% in susceptible varieties under dry conditions. The host plant resistance is necessary for especially resource-poor farmers in Uganda. Some resistant cultivars have been identified in the available germplasm we have. And also, the breeding program has identified the key morphological and biochemical resistance predictors. But integration of resistance is hindered of host resistance is hindered by locational and seasonal variations. Although the sweet potato breeding program in Uganda conducts multi-locational and multi-seasonal trials, our earlier reports using ANOVA models have indicated G/E interaction effects to be resistant, to be significant. But ANOVA models alone do not provide insight into which environments and genotypes are responsible for the interaction. They only stop at indicating whether G/E interaction effects are significant or not. So we realized there is a need for a more detailed analytical technique, like biplot analysis for this trait. Therefore, the objective of this study was to assess the magnitude of G/E effects, G/E interaction effects, and then see the stability of the most important morphological predictor of the trait. And examine if the possible existence of mega environments of our test environments, in our test environments, and also determine the discriminating ability and the representativeness of the test environments. So we had a population of 30 cultivars that included land races, released varieties, and advanced breeding lines. These were multiplied in swamp to provide clean and, to start with clean materials, and clean and enough materials for field evaluation. We evaluated at 3 sites, Nakri, Abi, Zadi, and Nasari. And to have uniform level, uniform infestation level at all sites, we had to rear weevils in the lab for application. But the weevils for field infestation, for artificial infestation at Nasari, Abi, and Nakri were picked from those sites so that we don't move what's from one site to another. We established the trials in alpha lattice design of 6x5 and 2 seasons, 3 replications. And each plot had 30 plants planted on 3 ridges. Weeding was done 3 times, and then we did the artificial infestation at 90 days after planting and harvested at 5 months. By 5 months, we expect the weevils to have caused enough damage to the roots. Okay, sorry, we collected data on stem damage. We measured the root neck length. We also collected data on root damage incidence and severity. We subjected the data to analysis of variance in GenStat using that linear model, and then because depending on what the results we found from the ANOVA analysis, we had to subject the root damage severities to, we had to transform it by inverse plus 1 function, because we used that data to run the GGE biplot analysis in R using the GGE biplot function of that package. So in our results, from the ANOVA, we found that the genotypes we used in this study varied significantly for all the measured traits. But the G/E interactions were not significant for stem damage and root neck length, although the G/E interactions were significant for root damage, incidence, and severity. So based on that, from our GGE analysis, we looked at the relationship among these 3 damage variables we measured. And we found that the three damage variables were positively correlated. Actually, the instance and severity were perfectly correlated, meaning any of these 3 damage variables measured here can be used effectively to measure damage by sweet potato weevils. And then we looked at the environments. I don't have pointer, but the first figure shows the relationship among the test environments we used. The six seasons we had were each was considered as an environment. So we had 6 environments evaluated in this GGE biplot. And we found that Nasari A, Nasari and B, then NACRI B and ABI season A were positively correlated, which means these sites, these seasons, these environments provided same information about the genotypes. And then we also found that Nasari A and Nasari B were like the most discriminating environments. That one I meant, it means that they are more informative. They provided more information about the genotypes evaluated. And then, but NACRI B was noted to be the most representative, whereas ABI was the worst. ABI season B was the worst. But an ideal environment is the one that is both representative and most informative. And that is indicated by the center of concentric circles in the 3rd figure. So any environment close to that center of concentric circles is considered to be the best for measurement of that trait. So for this case, we noted that Nasari, both seasons, season A and season B, can be the best for screening for sweet potato weevils. And then we looked at the formation of mega environments in the test environments that we had. The polygon we have here is divided in 2 sections by perpendicular lines. And the environments that are in the same sector are considered to be in the same mega environment. So we deduced 2 mega environments from this study. And we looked at also we compared among the genotypes that among the cultivars that we used, and we realized, we looked at their means and stability. And we realized that genotype, if you look at the first figure, the single-arrowed line points to the direction of the lowest weevil damage mean. So genotype 12 showed it to have the lowest mean across the environments, while genotype 27 was having the highest weevil severity means. And for the stability, genotype 26 had, followed by 14, and G1, 11 had the most stable, most consistent scores compared to 17 and 27, because their lines are not, their lines are not very far from the single-arrowed line. Their positions are not very far from the single-arrowed line. And then but a genotype is considered to be superior when it is having both, it's both stable and stable and with low mean. So the strength of concentric circles in the second figure shows that ideal genotype. And for that case, genotype 1 and genotype 12 were the most desirable in this study. So in conclusion, we concluded that G by E is really significant for sweet potato weevil damage, but it's not significant for root neck length, which is the key predictor of weevils. So we recommend that deep-rootedness can be used to select for genotypes for resistance at observation level, because this one is normally done at single site or 2 sites. But advanced lines should be conducted at multi-environment trials. We also deduced that the sites in this study had 2 mega environments, and the nursery is the best for screening for sweet potato weevils. And then we cited we noted 2 genotypes here, 2 cultivars here, being desirable for weevil resistance. But the last 3 conclusions need to be confirmed, because we had only 2 seasons for this study, and normally the GGE by plot analysis, we need very many seasons for the work. I acknowledge all these partners and thank you. So.
Okay, thank you to all our presenters, and we've learned a lot. Can we have the presenters take their seats in front here for a discussion? We have 10 minutes, so let's be spot on with our questions. Can we have a mic? In the interest of time, I suggest that we have 2 questions or comments per presenter, 2. So if one person gives 2, that will close it. Because there's a trick where somebody says, I have the second question, I have the third question. So 2 questions per presenter. So we're going to start, let's start from, I wanted us to follow the quarter, but let's start from Gerald Ongodia. Effect of metarhizium and soplei on non-target arthropods in farmlands. 2 questions. Yes, one there. And the second one here. Those are already 2, so you wait for the next one.
Thank you very much, Gerard, for your presentation and other presenters. I wanted to inquire, why was the not infected at 3 meters higher than at 6 meters, and yet someone would assume that it would be higher at 3 meters since meteorizer was put around the shade tree? Thank you.
Okay, next one. No, here.
Thank you, Gerard, for your presentation. I was wondering, the arthropod group you selected for comparison seemed to be at a very high level. Was it limitation of funding? Couldn't you have gone to a lower level, maybe to family and species level, to get more implications of the work of those fungi on those different groups? Because you used the order level. Why didn't you go to a lower level, to a more precise level, like species or family?
Okay, can you quickly respond to those? Gerald.
Okay. Thank you for your questions, though I didn't get your names. So, infection of the arthropods at 3 meters, lower, and higher at 3 meters, if I got you right, at 6 meters. Probably because at 3 meters, this is a closer distance to the point of application. So, you know, the activity or effect of the fungus takes a bit of time because of environmental effects, the temperature, the humidity in the soil. So probably at the 3 meter point, the effect of the fungus on the arthropods was not yet at its full, I could say its full potential. And then the other question, arthropod, why I had the arthropod grouping at a higher level as opposed to going further to a lower level. At this point, this was a one-time study. I think probably one of the things I could recommend here is that we need to do this study with a variety of other arthropod species, but going further to lower levels. Yeah, I don't have a specific reason to tell you why I stopped at that level, but probably we could take on this study further to take it at the lower groupings of the arthropod specimens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can continue that discussion probably during lunch break. Questions for Florence, who presented on the sweet potato weevil. Just one. Okay. Bring the mic here in front.
Yeah, thanks so much, Flores, for the presentation. One, do you have a reference criteria? Do you have a reference criteria for selection of the mega testing environment? And then number two, within a season, what are the critical factors that explain the observed resistance? Within a season, what are the critical factors that explain the observed resistance?
Okay. So those are two questions. That is closed. Florence, you can go ahead and respond.
Okay, thank you. I really didn't get the first question well, but I got the second one well. I don't know if I can be.
The first one is, do you have a reference criteria for the mega test environments?
The environments that we selected were Nakri, Abi, and Nasari are considered to be hotspots in Uganda for weevil resistance. That's why we used those three environments. And then the second one, within a season, the second question was, within a season, what it's not it well.
What are the critical factors that determine the observed resistance within a season.
Okay. The factors that affect, that determine resistance within a season are the genotypes themselves, the cultivars that are being evaluated, and the different locations. Because in a season, the same environment in Nakuri cannot be the same with what is in Nasari. So the locational differences and genotypes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. The weevil question, you can continue discussing with the DGR. You'll get more insights, probably during lunch break. Let's move to Patrice, the presentation on the bee. 2 questions. Yes, in the middle here, and then the second one. Okay, Amude.
Yeah, thank you very much, presenter on the stingless bee. I believe this is the kind of bee we have in northern Uganda, which stays in the anthill. Don't know whether it is the one, or in any other openings, and they produce very little honey. So how can we get the technology out of what? To commercialize the honey, because the honey they produce is very little, if that's the stingless bee meaning. Thank you.
Second one, right? I think this guy here put his hand first. This one here. Here. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kasangachi, for your presentation. My name is Barnabas Mode. You mentioned that the honey is suitable for many human health conditions. I wanted to refer to the issue of the diabetics. What is your comment? Is this honey suitable for people having diabetes? Have you tried to determine its glycemic index? What is your comment on that?
Okay, Patrice, take those quickly. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the questions. The first one, the kind of bees in northern Uganda which stay in ant hills and produce very little honey, how can you get the technologies to commercialize them? I'm going to have, immediately from here, if you have time, you go to Royal Palm. I'm going to make a detailed presentation on the different stingless bee species and how we domesticate them. Meliponula bocandei, basically, we get them in tree trunks. They have big nests, and they produce large quantities of honey. And you can get up to 5 liters from one colony if it is in a good environment. And that is why we zeroed on it as one of the species which can be commercialized. Given that it is giving us good amount of honey, and we have gone ahead to analyze the quality of the honey. And we have seen that really it has good nutritional and antioxidant profiles, which can be used to improve on our nutrition and also to help us in some of these diseases. This enters into the question from Dr. Mude. What about in diabetes? Yeah, we have looked at the sugar content in these all the bee products, not only stingless bees, but we know the stingless bees, they have better parameters. These honeys and the sugars in the honey is not comparable to this other one which we are getting from this manufactured sugar. And really, if you have proper consumption of them, and we looked at the minerals, the nutrients which are in this honey, they are able to get rid of or lower some of these elements, bad elements in the body. The most important thing is how do we consume the honey so that we get the right benefit from them. I've always seen, even here we are taking tea, the tea is at 90 degrees, is at 100 degrees, and we are adding honey. We know honey has all these enzymes, all these protein enzymes mostly, and when you put them in this very hot honey, then you will destroy these good elements which are supposed to help you in alleviation of some of these problems. So the advice would be just take maybe a teaspoon just as honey, as it is, but not putting it in tea. If you want to put it in tea, then use lukewarm water and just take like a sweetener. Otherwise, it will not be of good help to you by using it in, you know, for us when tea is lukewarm, many of us will not take it. We want a real hot tea, and the honey will not be good for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 2 questions for Judith. The presentation on agroforestry 1. Okay, that will be it. Can you take the mic there? Okay, the second one here. Brief to the point. The lady writes,
Thank you very much, Judith, for your presentation. I wanted to inquire what informed your selection of the shade trees you put in your experimental setup, the big one, because I see some shade trees that are being recommended to be intercropped in coffee so far are not there. For example, Ficus natalensis and Mucosa.
okay, and then here.
Okay, I'm Kopo Musana. My question is to Judith is, you talked about like solving the issue of the pest diseases, and it was general. Which particular pests and diseases is the study going to solve?
Okay, Judith, take those quickly.
Okay, thanks so much for those 2 questions, the lady and Dr. Msana. So the first question on what informed the selection of the trees in the experiment. Yes, like I mentioned, there are quite a number of trees that are being integrated in coffee at the moment. And Ficus natalensis is one of them, plus these other ficus species that you have mentioned. But I also said that most of these trees are selected based on indigenous information, local knowledge, without clear scientific information. So what we did for our experiment, in addition, I showed that slide that had the 4 common trees that we selected first, Ficus natalensis and the 3 fruit trees. But in addition to those ones, I also showed the second slide of other tree species that we included. So to your question, first, Ficus natalensis is part of the experiment, but we didn't include the other ficuses because, like I said, we want to maximize on the number of trees that we want to include in our experiment. And in addition to the local knowledge, we are also having other hypotheses for selecting the trees. For example, I mentioned about the medicinal species that we have included. Of course, if we had space and maybe funds and all resources, we would include as many as, because I mean, agroforestry trees can be up to 50, but based on hypothesis, one of which is local knowledge, we have included trees like Ficus natalensis, and also based on other hypotheses like medicinal capabilities, we have included trees like neem or Prunus africana. So the other ficuses, we hope could work similar to Ficus natalensis. So the ficus family will be represented by Ficus natalensis, but the natalensis is there in the experiment. I hope that answers the question. Which diseases? are we targeting? So I've been trying to make a list of the diseases here. We know that coffee has quite a number of pests and diseases, but as I showed on the slide, we are working with NACORI, the Coffee Institute, and they've given us a list of some of the most economically important pests and diseases. And the 4 that we have targeted for our experiment, we have the coffee wilt disease, we have the leaf rust, we have the brown eye spot, and the coffee berry borer. So according to NACORI, these are the key pests and diseases for Robusta coffee, at least in the central, and that's what we are targeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Can we give a round of applause for this brilliant team here? Yeah, let's transition to the next session. Fungo Bernard, take on the podium. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernard. I'm inheriting another Bernard who just left the seat. It is not a clan name, so don't worry, it is not inheritance. So we shall be having a session, and this is sub-theme 5. It is about managing interactions among agriculture, fragile ecosystems, and the changing environment. We intend to have 4 presentations, and each of them will be 10 minutes. We are starting right now at 12:51. We intend to take 1 hour. That means we have 20 minutes for the Q&A session. So may I therefore, at this point, invite the 4 presenters for this session. The first one is Bosco Chemayek. Bosco, are you here? Bosco Chemayek, yes, over there. And then the second one is John Bosco Sempira. And then the third one is Judith Nantongo. Please return. And then the fourth one is Godfrey Kagezi. So maybe they don't have to come here for now, but they should come one at a time for the presentation. So the first one, may I invite John Bosco Chemayek, who is going to talk about agronomic performance of 2 sets of international wheat germplasm from Ikada in Uganda. Bosco? Hey, yeah, please, this might be part of your time. As Bosco is coming, may I request us to stick to the 10 minutes provided, or else I might be forced to become a useful dictator, to force you to stop when you exceed the time. Okay. Have the others loaded their presentations yet? I wouldn't have a problem starting with a different person if. Okay. Still not yet. Okay, may we have the next person, if the next person is ready, in the interest of time. JB Sempira, are you ready? Okay, we will start with you, and then proceed later with your colleague Bosco. Your time starts now.
How do I move the slides? Like this, eh? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm called John Bosco Sempira from Naliri, presenting on the silage quality of different tropical maize inbreds. I'm presenting on behalf of co-authors, including Julius Pines Elmaga and others. By introduction, maize is an important source of energy and most commonly used feed. That constitutes above 60% in animal diets, but when you look at its crude protein, it's very low. Yet it's an important nutrient needed by dairy animals in large quantities. That's why in countries such as USA, India, they spend much maize research on assessing and developing maize silage inbred lines that can be used to form silage hybrids. But when you look at our country, Uganda, it is the opposite. Because here, much maize research has been centered on coming up with inbreds that can be used at improving yield and other agronomic traits. And this in return has hindered germplasm selection and hybridization for silage quality improvement. Yet the demand for high quality silage is high among dairy farmers due to improvement in genetics and introduction of different dairy animal races. And therefore, the need to identify and assess inbred lines that can be used to develop maize silage hybrids is highly essential. And this study was designed with the objective of determining the extent of genetic variation of selected maize inbred lines in reference to dry matter, food protein, ether extract, neutral detergent fiber, acid detergent fiber, crude fiber, and metabolizable energy. To achieve the objective, a set of 19 genotypes were selected from a pool of inbred lines and screened in 3 locations, that is Naliri, Bulindi, and Bujinyanya, for 2 seasons, using a 5x4 alpha lattice design randomized with the 2 replications. And in each location, the recommended agronomical practices were highly followed. When these materials reached milk stage or R3 reproductive growth stage, 5 middle ones were randomly selected and cut, where 1 kilogram of the biomass was compacted in plastic containers and ensiled for 45 days. Then after 45 days, these containers were opened for pH assessment, and 300 grams were oven dried at 60 degrees Celsius for 72 hours. Then after that duration, they were ready to obtain the dry matter, then fine-grained 12mm sieve for proximate analysis, which was carried out at the livestock nutritional lab at Naliri, following the Association of Analytical Chemists guidelines of 1990 and Van West 1970 standard operating procedures through wet chemistry method on those traits, and all the chemical analyses were carried out in duplicate. Then from the lab, data was subjected to statistical analysis using our software, FANOVA, various components, and mean comparisons. For broad sensor readability, it was calculated using that formula. And then these are preliminary results for only 1 location, because the rest of the locations are still in the lab on proximate analysis. But because of time, I'm going to focus on only 2 nutrients, that is metabolizable energy and protein, because due to the fact that animals need the energy for both physical and metabolic activity to take place. And at the same time, they also need protein. Protein is a bodybuilding nutrient. So the combination of the two gives you a better animal performance in terms of meat and milk. And then when you look at the trend in crude protein, we are able to see significant differences. And when you look at the FAO ranking or Feedipedia, maize ranges between 4.7 and 9.3. I remember those are the hybrids, but these ones are still lines, they are parent materials. And have genotypes that are within that range, and others are above. And then for metabolizable energy ranges between 10.2 to 11.7, and have genotypes that are above that range, and others are below that range. And we are also able to observe significant differences. We went ahead and looked at genetic parameters, and we observed that the phenotypic variance was higher than the genotypic variance, meaning that these traits interacted with the environment at a certain extent. The broad sensory irritability was generally moderate in some traits, though on crude protein it was high, meaning that selection methods can be applied for further improvement of these traits. We concluded that NML 88, SFDM6, and POBLAC 28C9 had superior performance in metabolizable energy and protein, which are important nutrients needed by dairy animals. And then we recommend these genotypes to be used as parents in silage hybridization programs to develop hybrids that are rich in crude protein and metabolizable energy. Also selection methods can be applied for improvement of these traits. I acknowledge Naro, NARID, Feed the Future for funding this research, government of Uganda, and Makerere University for giving me an opportunity to do an MSc, because this work is part of my MSc research project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bosco, for saving us 3 minutes. So may we have, we come back to Bosco Chemayek. Is he ready? No, he doesn't seem to be coming, I am made to understand. Therefore, may we now call upon Judith Nantongo to come and present on the harnessing natural defenses for maximizing productivity of trees and forests. Okay.
Thank you again, and good afternoon. My name, once again, is Judith. I'm very delighted to be making this my presentation. So, like I mentioned in the previous presentation, and based on what the chair has said, I'll be talking about natural defenses in trees. So I mentioned in the previous presentation about the pests and diseases that are rampant currently, and the fact that it has been predicted that climate change is going to increase the incidence of these pests and diseases. So although some previous presentations have, especially in food crops, have already indicated that they've progressed with, for example, breeding crops that are resistant to different pests and diseases, for example, the soy that we saw in the morning, not much work has been done in breeding or selecting trees that could possibly be less susceptible to different biotic threats. So this is, so I'm trying to show that in addition to our colleagues in the crop section, these are some of the studies that we could potentially embrace in order to increase the productivity of our trees and forests. And this work was done in pine species. So I do acknowledge the Australian funders, as well as the Naro and the director of NAFORI, Dr. Hilary Agaba, and the head of the Tree Improvement Program in NAFORI, Dr. Samson Gwali. So as I've just mentioned, pests and diseases are not important to only food crops, but they're also a key threat in forestry, where they do affect both planted and natural forests. And in both cases, we know that they do have significant impacts on, for example, the growth rate and the timber quality, but also the tree form and survival. For example, that photo on the slide, I'm showing a pine species that has been back stripped by an animal. So in such a case, such trees will die off, which reduces survival in the plantations. So, of course, just like any other agri-food systems, we also have available controls, of which inorganic compounds are most common. In our Ugandan situation, we normally apply chemicals during the nursery stage, but in other developed countries, for example, the photo on my right, you can see that people do apply organic chemicals even on grown trees, which is of course hazardous to the people who are involved, but also, like I mentioned before, there are a lot of environmental concerns for, that are related to use of inorganic compounds. And like I said, in forests, we haven't exploited natural resistance in trees, although this study will show that possibly this is the direction that we should be taking for the sake of our environment and sustainability. So trees also have natural defenses, which are basically categorized into two, the physical and the chemical. So the physical are those tangible traits, for example, the thorns or the thick bark. For example, in the photo here, I'm showing two trees, one with a smooth bark that was damaged by a pest, in contrast to one with a thick bark that hasn't been damaged. But also, on the right, I'm showing a pine tree that is exuding some form after a pest attack, which comprises some of the secondary metabolites that act as defenses. But also some studies have indicated that primary compounds, for example, sugars, can also be defensive. And we intend to, the importance of using natural defenses is because they are more durable and they are less expensive, of course, after getting your less susceptible trees, but also they are environmentally safe. The challenge, of course, of including these defenses is that they should be genetically sound. So we need some genetic parameters that can inform selection. So just like any other breeding program, there are some questions that we need to ask before we include traits into our populations, and one of them is whether the damage is under genetic control. We have to understand the traits that are associated with the damage and whether these are under genetic control and whether there are any molecular patterns. So it is this knowledge that can help us to select the less susceptible trees. So the first question in our study, whether damage is under genetic control, we noted that in the pine populations that we worked with, there was a very significant additive genetic variation in pest damage. As we can see on the graph, Yeah, on the graph where variation in damage among different families is different, where we have those families that are highly damaged in contrast to those that have very little damage. So it is this variation that gives us the ability to select for less susceptible families. So the heritability of this variation is a bit low compared to some of the studies that I've seen, but in reading the studies in forest trees, this is in range with what has been observed. So implying that generally, I think resistance or susceptibility is under limited genetic control. But the advantage is that there is low genotype by environment interaction, meaning that the less susceptible trees we planted in one site were also less susceptible in other sites. So the second question is, what traits are associated with the damage? So like I mentioned in the previous slide, defenses can be either physical or chemical. Here I'm focusing on the chemical defenses because the moment you know that this chemical is associated with resistance, then the moment you screen it, you don't have to do a field trial in order to identify a less susceptible or a resistant tree. So that's why we need these traits. So in our populations of Pinus radiata, we noted that both primary and secondary compounds are important, where the primary compounds, for example, the sugars, are genetically associated with increased susceptibility to damage, in contrast to the secondary compounds, for example, the sesquiterpenoids, that negatively correlate with damage. So implying that you select trees with higher glucose, they will be damaged, or when you select the others with more secondary metabolites, they will not be very damaged. So the third question is whether these traits are under genetic control, because we know that it is only traits that have a genetic connotation that can be included in breeding programs. So we noted that both the primary and secondary compounds have significant additive genetic variation with moderate, I would say moderate for trees, and moderate heritability estimates. For this slide, what I wanted us to note is that it was surprising that primary compounds had significant additive genetic variation, because we've known through theory that such traits that are very important to the survival of organisms have reduced additive genetic variation. So in sense, they would have possibly zero heritability, but in our case, we can still select for reduced glucose and fructose or increased secondary metabolites. So in forestry, one of the key questions that comes up when we are planning a breeding program is the time that it will take in order for us to, to make observations regarding pests and disease incidents. That's why we are also trying to explore the possibility of applying molecular markers or the application of genomic selection to see if we can use, DNA-based methods to select for resistance or less susceptibility. And this graph shows that using data based on molecular markers improves the accuracy of estimating the genetic variation of the traits of interest. So the last question that we're interested in is whether there are any general molecular patterns that can enhance our tree breeding programs. Yeah, in pine, we noted that the resistance that we observed, all the phenotypes are also regulated at gene level. So this graph shows that after mimicking physical back damage and application of chemical elisters, we noted that there are many changes that occur at molecular level where some genes are positively expressed and others are downregulated. So for us, as we plan for a breeding program, we know that if we want to do an advanced breeding where we focus on genes, there are plenty of some of this gene information that we can exploit. So in conclusion, I show that even in trees, susceptibility to biotic threats can be under genetic control, and there are a number of traits, both physical and chemical, that can be correlated with reduced damage. These traits are also under genetic control, and the heritability estimates can be improved with genomics. and also there is gene expression of the underlying defenses. So for policy, we request that government to refurbish the molecular labs in Nafori, but also try to fund these long-term studies, but we also hope there can be capacity building to undertake similar studies. So those are further acknowledgements of colleagues in Australia, and thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. We will call on Godfrey Kagezi to make the final presentation. Is he ready? Is Godfrey Kagezi here? Okay, he is not here, but yours is already. So you are coming back, Chemayek, right? Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Bosco Chemayek. Sorry for the mishaps. I'm going to talk about the most important crop in this country and, of course, globally, and that is wheat. And this afternoon, I'm going to talk about developing wheat for the non-traditional areas in Uganda. We know that traditional wheat has been growing in the highland areas. Now we want to see if we can move wheat from these highland areas to the mid and low altitude environments. So that's the brief outline of my presentation. And again, the importance of wheat cannot be overemphasized. I think all of us have had a piece of bread at least for breakfast, and that is how the trend goes. Whether you go to the street, you want a Rolex or you want a chapati, it's still wheat. So wheat is wheat. And this is actually one of the key commodities that can drive the achievement of the agro-industrialization agenda and the import substitution that is emphasized in our NDP 3. So I just wanted to say that there has been increasing demand for wheat and its products. This is mainly because of changes in preferences, changes in tastes, and of course urbanization and people's incomes. People now have enough money to spend and buy at least a piece of bread. And some people want quick food. You don't want to go and cook, just pass along the streets, get a chapati, and you're sorted. So the demand for these wheat and wheat products has greatly increased. However, the challenge we have is that we are only producing between 22 and 25,000 metric tons per annum, and that is from about 14,000 hectares of land. This meets just less than 10% of our national demand. So you find that the rest is just made from imports. At the moment, the well-documented millers or milling companies are about 26, and you can see that these 26 are importing about 715 metric tons of wheat grain per annum, which is valued about 665 billion. That is how much money we spend on this important commodity. However, much as we import grain, what Uganda does is that they mill the grain that they have imported, and then we export the wheat flour. And some of our importers of the wheat flour include Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and you can see that we're able to earn some amount from exporting the wheat milled flour. So this massive importation of wheat grain actually affects the competitiveness of our wheat flour, because if we are importing it at a higher price and then we want to export the wheat flour, you find that we don't break even easily. And this has even been made worse by the Russia-Ukraine war crisis that has now even increased prices more for this important commodity. However, the beautiful thing with this is that this provides a huge opportunity for our farmers in Uganda who can locally produce this crop. So if we can just boost them to produce more of this important crop, we shall cut on the imports and save our country a lot of money that is being used to import the commodity. However, the challenge here, or the catch, is, as I earlier on emphasized, you realize that wheat is just restricted to the highland areas of Uganda as indicated in that map. Yet a study which was done by CIMIT actually indicated that Uganda is one of the most viable countries in Africa or in sub-Saharan Africa where wheat can be grown with even minimum inputs. However, what we would, since we are saying it is restricted to the highlands, our argument now is that since we have a lot of land in the mid and low altitude environments, if we can get this crop moved from the highlands where land has become small and competitive to the lowlands where there is enough land and we can do enough mechanization, we shall be able to boost production or domestic production in the country. However, the challenge with these lowland environments is that the challenges of diseases of wheat, mainly stem and yellow rust, but also the challenge of heat and drought in these environments. And lastly, we don't have varieties that are adapted to these environments that we are talking about. So we are saying if we can develop a high-yielding, widely adapted variety, and also disseminate good agronomic practices for production of this crop in the lowlands, we would have done a miracle to this country. So these are just some of the key stressors that I was talking about, the wheat diseases that are common in the lowland environment, stem rust, leaf rust, and yellow rust. So the objective of this study, the general objective is to enhance domestic production or domestic wheat production by expanding production to the non-traditional wheat growing areas of the country. And the specific objectives were to screen and identify high-yielding improved varieties adapted to the heat and drought-prone mid and low land environments. When we are talking about mid, we are looking at areas which are between 1,400 meters above sea level, and when we talk of the lowland environments, we are looking at areas around 1,000 meters above sea level. And so the other one is to fast-track development and release of widely adapted varieties that can be grown in any environment of this country. So what did we do, or what have we done so far? We were able to source germplasm that has been developed for heat and dry environments. This was done by ICADA. So we sourced germplasm about 98 lines, which were in two sets. The first set is this one called Dryland Spring Bred Wheat Yield Trial, and the other one is Elite Spring Bred Wheat Trial. Each one had 49 entries. Of course, then we added in the local check. And then the experiments were laid out in a randomized complete block design, and those were the plot sizes, 2.5 meters by 0.3 meters between rows. We made scores on the different agronomic traits, that is days to heading, days to maturity, plant height, agronomic score, and yield traits. We also collected data on disease responses to diseases. And following evaluation of these 98 lines, we were able to select 19 best performing entries, which were again further evaluated in 5 more sites. And then from that, we analyzed the data and we were again able to select 5 best performing candidate varieties that are still undergoing evaluation. So these are just some of the highlights of our results. The first material was evaluated in Namlonge, and in Bulegeni. Bulegeni represents the mid-altitude environment, and then Namlonge represents the low-altitude environment. So when we evaluated these two sets of the materials, of course, we could see some significant differences as indicated on the table there. And then looking at the average grain yield if we look at the first set of the material, which is the dryland spring bred wheat yield trial, this is how it performed across the two environments. That is in Bulegeni and in Namlonge. You find that in Bulegeni, there was good performance. We had materials that yielded up to 3 tons per hectare. But in Namlonge, the highest yielder had about 908 kilograms per hectare, and there were some materials even which could not produce anything. Now, here the reason was that in Namlonge, we had, I think, just like 2 rains when the material was planted, and thereafter, we didn't have actually any rain until even the time we were harvesting the materials. And then when you do the overall means across the two sites, of course, you can see how the different entries are performed in these areas. And the graph just showed the ranking. Now, our local check there is narrow wheat 1. Of course, narrow wheat 1 is not bred for the lowlands. It's bred for the highlands, but since it's our best commercial check at the time, we used it as a local check. So you can see that there were lines that performed better than what we're calling our local check when you look at this particular wheat nursery or wheat material. But the beauty of this is that you can see some of them had almost 2 tons of wheat grain per hectare. And then, okay. Yes, this was just looking at how the performance of these candidate varieties against the local check in terms of disease. This is what we call yellow rust. You can find you can look at this side and you see that most of the leaves are yellow. Those are spores of the rust, but the candidate materials are clean. And then, okay, that's just the team collecting some of the data in the field. Again, when you look at the second set of the nursery, which was the Elite bred spring wheat yield trial, again, the performance was almost similar to the first set of the trial. However, this second set had more lines that actually yielded much more better in the different sites compared to the dryland spring wheat trial. So from this, the analysis of these 2 sets of trials, we were able to select material that looked promising or that seemed promising that we could now test in different environments. And so from here, we selected 19 promising entries from the 2 sets of the material that we received from ICADA. And okay, those are just some of the assessments we are doing in the field. So when we evaluated again the 19 promising varieties which we selected from the material that we got from ICADA, you can see how, again, the performance was. The first column there is Bulegeni, Ikulwe in Mayuge, Kalengere in Rwanda, Ngenge, and then Rwebitaba. Now here, Rwebitaba and Bulegeni represent the mid-altitude environments, while Ikulwe in Mayuge and Ngenge represent the lowland environments, and Kalengere was representing the highland environments. And so again, when you look at the grain yield, which is of main interest to the farmer, you find that even Rwebitaba actually was giving much more better results than the highlands of Kalengere. So you find that from this, already we can see that we have materials that we can already do in the mid-altitude environments. That's around 1,400, 1,500. And then, yes, these are the overall means of the 19 best performing entries. So from here, we selected 5 promising entries that we are now advancing, that we need to do more multi-locational sites to see how they will perform. These are the environments that I was talking about where the evaluations were done in Ngenge, Mayuge, Rwebitaba, Kalengere. We also had a try in Apache, though we didn't get much results from there because we didn't have any rains. And then, so with this work, we have also done some work with the partners. When some of the partners had that actually we are picking up some promising materials that can actually do well in the mid-altitude as well as the lowland environments, they picked up the 5 promising materials that we had identified, and luckily enough, we actually realized that the 5 had also been released in other countries, that is in North Sudan, Khartoum, and in Nigeria. So this partner, which is USAID Strategic Investment, I don't know what the A is, was working with the milling companies, with the private sector. So they picked the 5 materials and tested them in Karamoja and in Luero, and actually realized that they were performing well. They had actually materials that were giving yields of between 2.5 to 3 tons per hectare. And so based on that, they picked 2 high-yielding varieties out of the 5, and actually as a stopback measure, they have imported seed of those 2 promising varieties from Sudan to come and do a massive seed multiplication in Karamoja for Karamoja and Luero. So these are some of the trials that these are some of the trials which were done in Karamoja by the USAID SIA component. And then, so from this, what is the way forward? So we are now saying that since we are seeing promising results for especially the mid-altitude environments, we are saying we should do, of course, more development or more breeding work, and this involves acquiring more germplasm from the CGRI centers. And then we need to fast-track release of the current promising varieties that the private sector is even already interested in commercializing. And then also we need to do bulking of seed, now that the private sector is even struggling to get seed from Sudan. And then we need to do quality analysis of these promising varieties. But the other thing, which is really key, is that we need to accelerate promotion and dissemination of these promising varieties so that we can cut on importation of this wheat grain into the country. So this is just a food for thought. In 2022 January, Uganda entered in the Guinness Books of Records for having the biggest ever Rolex from wheat, of course. So we need more wheat so that we can enter more books of records. And I want to just say thank you, and I acknowledge the contribution of the CGRI centers, that is CIMID and ICADA, for the materials they give us, National Council of Science and the government of Uganda for some resources that they give us, and of course the Naro top management for guiding this research and giving us the ample time to do the work that we do. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you, Bosco, for that presentation. In the interest of time, I would like to find out again if Dr. Kagezi is here. And if he is not, then may I request the presenters to come forward. This is the firing squad. And may I also request that when you sit in the order in which you presented. Please, let's use a minute to do that. On the first seat, JB Sempira. And then on the second one, JS Nantongo. And then on the third one, Bosco Chemayek. May we have those 3 up front here. And thank you for being a good audience. May I request you to raise your hand if you have a question for each of them. And please introduce yourself and then mention the person to whom the question is addressed. So first, may I, the microphone please. Okay, there are 2 hands here and there's a third one over there. For the first presenter. Okay.
Thanks so much, John, for that presentation. I'm just curious to know, have you moved beyond heritability to also focus on the combining abilities of your inbred lines for the ultimate trait? Have you moved beyond heritability to focus on the combining abilities of your preferred traits in the ultimate hybrids?
Exactly. Yes, I've done so.
Yes, the second question? Okay. I saw another hand there, Charles. For the first presenter? Is it for the first presenter, Charles? The last one? Okay, let's finish the first presenter, then we go to the next one.
Thank you very much. I've seen that you have presented broad sense heritability estimates. Could you explain why you have not used nano-sensitivity?
Thank you. I haven't used narrow sensor irritability because here I don't have hybrids. Narrow sensor irritability works well when you have hybrids. But if you have parents, there is no need of looking at narrow sensor irritability. We only look at broad sensor irritability.
Okay. The second question. Did you answer both? Okay. The second presenter. There's a hand here.
Judith, as you look at the chemical defense systems, have you been able to also focus or to discern the sensor systems in the plant and also to deeply penetrate on the triggers that are critical to trigger the chemical defense systems?
Okay. The second and final question for the second presenter. If not, we go for your response.
Okay, thanks so much, DDG, for that intriguing question. Yes, I'll say that what I presented is more or less the initial steps into understanding the defenses. And I know that going deep into the mechanisms is a more advanced level of understanding these defenses. So this work that I did for my PhD ended at just getting a holistic picture of the molecular patterns that occur when a plant is damaged. But like you asked, it's important really to go further into understanding, these triggers for the chemical defenses, which we haven't yet done. Thanks.
Okay, maybe that will be your postdoc. Okay, let's have the next question for the third presenter. Yes, I can see a hand behind there. You have another one for this. Okay.
Bosco, just an inquiry. We are talking of lack of wheat in Uganda. We are talking of prices going high, and we are importing and struggling to do that. Yet we have wheat which we are exporting. You say 31%. Why is that exporting taking place when there is a big need in the country? Thank you.
Okay, so I can see we will take 2 hands more because the second presenter had 1 hand to compensate for that. Okay. 1 question each, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Bosco, thank you so much for that paper on wheat. I wanted to find out, because when I look at the production, the yield, from the field, the pictures, it seems the yield is very good. You didn't tell us about the agronomic. Did you apply fertilizer? And secondly, what is your view on using irrigation? Because I think some of your studies suffered from water stress. And this is just information for you, that there should be a report in MAIF. The Egyptians did mapping for wheat. We engaged them and they did a lot of mapping to help us diversify our production of grains. That report, if you can also use it, to help you to see where the spots where we can, areas where we can grow the wheat. Thank you.
Yeah, Bosco. At the level of the industry, they differentiate between hard and soft wheat. In the case of lowland wheat, how best would you classify it? And then number 2, it's interesting to note that you're dealing both with highland and lowland. Have you also, in your methodology, tried to determine the glucan chain length of the starch granules? because it has a lot of information to reveal to you with regard to the ultimate trait that desired at industry.
Okay, one final one from
Yeah, I have one question for the wheat. What does that yield compare with the other yield of wheat varieties in other countries? Because you have shown us the yield for that reference narrow one. So what other reference, if we compare with those one of Ukraine, are we performing halfway or, you know? And Nantongo, I was a little bit busy. I didn't ask you the question. In fact, you have surprised me when you talk about the relationship between chemistry and damage. I thought that it was obvious, because we know that plants have a lot of defense systems, especially the ones with a lot of sap, and they're actually a mechanism for what? For defenses. You didn't really tell us. You just said primary compounds, and I would expect actually damage to be higher when the sugar is high also. So what was new in that? And secondly, recently it's actually known that this methyl jasmonate is actually one thing that plants use to defend themselves. In fact, once you see it, and plants that are heavily defended actually have higher concentration of this. And they are in a kind of constant state of alert. So what is it that you did with this methyl jasmonate in your study? Thank you so much.
Okay, so before the third presenter, I will ask Judith to defend herself using natural defense.
Okay, thanks so much, Director. So it is, I'm just quoting you that it is obvious that plants have defenses against different biotic threats. I'll say yes, it is. I mean, that's why all of us are trying to breed, for example, for resistant varieties, because yes, there is a mass of defenses within the crops. But if you want to advance your breeding, I mean, plants have thousands of chemical compounds. And many times you don't find all those thousands acting as defenses. Each plant system has specific compounds that do act against specific pests and diseases. For example, when we see in pine, the sesquiterpenoids that we found out against these mammalian pests are not the same that work against beetles. So meaning if we want to breed for pines that are less susceptible to these particular animal pests, we have to identify those particular compounds that work against these specific pests. So holistically, yes, the plants have general defenses, but when we come into identifying specific traits, they differ depending on plant, depending on pest and disease. So the newness is that particular compound that works against this particular pest that I discovered. So methyl jasmonate is, yes, it's found in a number of pathways. Actually, it is related to what DDG was asking, but it is not a defense itself. It is an example of a trigger that DDG was asking. For it, it is a chemical that triggers the expression of the defense compounds. So when a plant is injured, there is that methyl jasmonate pathway, which I don't want to go into details, that informs which genes are supposed to be expressed depending on which pest has attacked the crop. So like methyl jasmonate senses the triggers based on which pest. So as a pest attacks a plant, it has something in the saliva, for example, that methyl jasmonate can detect in order to inform which genes should be expressed, and in other words, which defense system should be expressed. So methyl adjustment is found in many plants, but it is not the only sensor. There are many other small molecules that do sense pathogens, but methyl adjustment is just one of them. We have silicic acid and many others. So it is not a defense in itself. It detects and guides on which defenses to be expressed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's a long story. We can catch up during lunch. Let's go to the third presenter.
Yes, good afternoon once again. I'm just glad that whenever I talk about wheat, it gets everyone upright and alert. And I could see many people would want to engage, but if you were not given a chance to ask a question, please, during the course of the conference, let's have a one-on-one conversation and we see how we can really bring up this important crop. Now, the first question was from Olaro. Yes. Yes, my friend is asking about why are we exporting, the wheat, yet we are talking of importing and high prices. What we are importing is a product which we have, what we are exporting is a product which we have added value. The millers import the wheat grain into the country. They add value by milling and packaging and branding it. And then, of course, when they are selling a value-added product, it means they are selling it at a higher price. They are making profit, definitely. And of course, by the time they are selling it to other countries, it means we are having a lot of pressure also from our neighbors demanding our product, which is good for our business companies in the country. And they must be, of course, offering better prices. That's why they would also want to tap into that market. So the best is to see how we can enhance the capacity of these milling companies so that they have enough to mill for the country and for the neighboring countries. And then, Chairman Naro Council, I'm also glad that you're intrigued and interested in this crop. Yes, during our trials, we were using a blanket application of DAP. We did not do a standard experiment to see how these different lines respond to either different fertilizer quantity, different fertilizer rates, or different fertilizer types. But we're using a blanket application of DAP to boost the crop growth. Irrigation, yes. The partners that I were talking about, when they did their trials in Karamoja and Luwero, actually they went ahead to apply additional water to irrigate these crops. And you could see that actually the crop did quite very well. Though, of course, that adds in another thing that as we are doing this work, we also now need to look at water-efficient varieties that can use less water so that even if we are irrigating, we use less water to produce more. But that, for now, let's first have something that can be grown to cut on the imports as we look forward now to developing varieties that are water use efficient. But yes, irrigation works well, and our partners already tried it out, and they saw the products out of that. Again, thanks for the information that these Egyptians had done some mapping. I know they had wanted to do some production, actually, though I don't know where it ended, but the Egyptians had wanted to come and grow wheat here in Uganda. But I've not yet seen the report. I'll try to follow it up with Maif and see if I can access the report. DDG Research has been the main champion for research on this crop. I know he has had a heart for this crop, and even whatever work that we have done, he's practically the one who revived the wheat breeding work in the country. And I'm glad you're still with us and really trying to push us harder to get these things out. The hard and softness, the spring wheat varieties that we grow almost everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa is soft wheat. It's classified as soft wheat. Now, the wheats that come from these other temperate countries, those ones grow winter wheat, and most of the winter wheats are hard wheat. So even when they are doing the bread making, they have to do blending of the soft wheat which is the main wheat we grow in sub-Saharan Africa, with the hard wheat. The beauty of it is that you need like 30% of the hard wheat and 70% of the soft wheat to do the bread making. So all the wheat that we grow is soft wheat. Much as when it comes to, of course, the gluten strength, again, that's where the difference now comes. These varieties have different gluten strength. The glucan chains that you're talking about. We have not yet done the quality analysis to assess the glucan strength, though we intend to do it. The only excitement is that the private sector really got excited when they tried these varieties and they had good milling qualities. And that's why they jumped high to go ahead and grow the wheat in Karamoja. And then
how does it compare with other countries?
Compare with other countries. Compared to sub-Saharan Africa, we are not doing very bad because average again is between 3 to 3.5 tons per hectare. But when you look at the temperate countries where, of course, they do a lot of investment in terms of irrigation and fertilizer application, we are still way below them. Because
By
for
how
them,
much?
they're about 5 tons per hectare. The only good thing is that for them, they will grow that crop for 1 year because it's a winter crop, it takes longer. For us, we can do it in 2 seasons. So within the 2 seasons from a hectare, we can actually almost get the equivalent of what they are getting in a year.
I think that is okay. Thank you very much. I want you to help me give a hand of applause to the 3 presenters for the information. And we are a bit late for lunch, but may I just find out if the coupons are issued for lunch? If not yet, you are likely going to find them. If you don't have them yet, you're likely going to find them at the exit. The lunch is go down, first floor, the ground floor, turn right as though you are exiting. You'll find ushers there to direct you where the meals will be had this afternoon. I thank you very much and I wish you bon appetit.
Hey, I just want to give the correct directions. Actually, go up to the roundabout and go straight down and take left. You will find a small tent where we shall have our lunch. Please, let's keep time. We get here in 45 minutes. I also request all the chairs for the different sessions to be in their correct places in time. Thanks a lot so much. I wish you all the best for lunch.
Summarize to 10 minutes. We'll give you a warning when you have to go. Let's try to adhere, because before we leave today, there is another session after ourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Opolot Naklet to present to us about the provision of agro-inputs in Uganda. Welcome, Dr. Opolot.
Okay, thank you, moderator, chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So mine is just a simple story, a short story on what the ministry or government of Uganda is doing now in trying to improve the delivery of agricultural inputs. I see it, yeah? But at the end of the day, we should be able to answer a question, why many serious people have this kind of arrangement. You have this smartphone, and you also have the katochi, the kabiriti. There has to be a reason. So I'm Henry Nakler-Polot from the Ministry of Agriculture. So this is just the outline of the presentation. And we're saying the provision of agricultural inputs to farmers is still something of debate in larger sub-Saharan Africa. Well aware that this was something which was done in the early 70s, where we had food security programs with governments providing subsidized inputs with all the other attendant services to support agriculture production. But they're also involved in controlling the marketing and prices. But over time, this was said to have become ineffective because of the issue of elite capture, among others. So they became inefficient. And following then the structured adjustment programs in the 90s, with the advent of liberalization policies, the foreign governments moved away from providing inputs to farming communities, among other changes. But still we realized there was a growth in production or in agriculture. But in terms of increasing production, it was due to increased land opening, acreage rather than productivity. But you realize that coming to the early 2000s, many countries had to go back to provide inputs, realizing the food insecurity challenges. And had to go through demonstration parks and eventually really providing inputs to farmers. The case of countries like Malawi, Zambia, Nigeria, where they're giving paper vouchers for more so seed, fertilizer, and pesticides, and also the case of Zambia, just to mention a few. But moving to this kind of design of inputs, what they're calling the smart inputs, away from the earlier ones of the 70s, we'll say these are now being called the new generation or smart subsidies. And what is the key issue here is that the others have become inefficient because of poor targeting, poor no control of the farmer. So going to the smart, calling them smart is to say, no, the farmer should have ownership of the inputs, so he should contribute to the cost of inputs. You need to use the private sector. So crowd in the private sector to participate in delivering these inputs instead of government systems, and trying to avoid elite capture and political influence. But we would see that still on the kind of smart inputs, there are two ways, either you use the paper vouchers or electronic. And here we try to see that there were all the pros and cons for both approaches. But at the end of the day, we realized that the electronic voucher delivery system was better, had more positive attributes, apart from just the challenge of technology, which technology can actually grow and people can learn. And because with the technology you try to remove the human elements in it, sometimes you remove the influence of those who should matter, they may not like it. Because technology removes their role of becoming popular amongst the voters. So why do we really try to focus on what we call the second generation subsidies? And really, provision of subsidies was really justified because of seeing the kind of productivity across Africa. When you look at the highest level, say Belgium, and where we are as Sub-Saharan Africa, we are the bottom bars. And when you see, I thought there was a pointer here, but doesn't seem to work well. When you look at the line graphs this side, we're all crowded down here, we're stagnated, not moving anywhere in terms of productivity because of the low use of productivity enhancing inputs. And therefore, they will still need to support farmers to jumpstart them from the low production level they are to at least increasing their productivity. And this is still just the journey we're talking about, moving from where we are at a certain point, we went to free inputs, and for a long time, say in Uganda, we had a long time providing free input through different programs, both government and non-government organizations. And you will see the challenges that really, first of all, we distorted the input distribution system by disorganizing the private sector, and there was a lot of elite capture. But also coming in the middle, so there is co-sharing, but it's still procuring centrally and trying to deliver. Sometimes there's also, the farmer has no control over the quality that he receives, and of course the politics still comes to play. And when you're providing free inputs, you don't know exactly when to get out of that process. And so we move towards the called smart subsidies. Of course, here now where you're smart, you're really saying you have to be specific, you have to be measurable, you have to be something achievable, something realistic and time-bound. So we say the smart subsidies have to be really specific, and you have to have a time to exit when the farmer has adopted. It's about demonstrating the use of purchased input so that farmers know their value, and then you are really using the private sector. So you are growing the private sector and therefore strengthening the distribution channels. And you clearly know that we do this for a given period and we exit, and the farmer should have adopted the use of these inputs. It could be paper or electronic, but we saw previously that electronic is much better than the paper vouchers. This is just the Ugandan story, how we've moved really from the earlier time of the 60s to 70s, and in the 80s, 90s, where we moved away from providing inputs to farmers. And then at national level as government, we now had the National Agriculture Advisory Services. The first phase of it had both extension and provision of inputs. But again, that was a challenge. And then that was restructured so that NADS only remain with the responsibility of providing inputs to farmers, supported by what we call Operation Wealth Creation in providing inputs to farmers. But we're all aware those have got their own challenges. And with that background, the ministry is piloting the provision of inputs using the electronic voucher management system through a project that is supported through a loan from the World Bank called the Agriculture Cluster Development Project. That we just want to see what could have happened with it. Of course, as we say, the objective of the project was really to demonstrate the use of quality purchased inputs to increase adoption, and then increasing productivity of certain crop enterprises. And it's just the aim that after this demonstration, the farmers will see there is increase in productivity, their production goes up, and they can then market more. And then this should be rolled out throughout the country. And using this system, there is that flexibility of the farmer to choose what package to use. Do I take inputs plus fertilizer, or I take seed only, or I take fertilizer? Given what she has, but the issue is should take inputs that will lead to increase in productivity. And through the electronic voucher management system, we're using the private sector, the agro-input dealers, who are also accredited to provide these inputs to farmers. So building that network brings now the farmer directly in contact with the agro-input dealers. And again, as we said, it was time bound. You have to give certain proportions over a period of time, 3 seasons, so that the project provides support for 67% of the input cost for the first season, second season 50%, and last season 33%. And then after that, the farmer should have learned and seen the value of these inputs, and they should be able to commercialize and purchase these inputs for themselves. And it's not as
you have 1 minute.
Thing is stuck. So what has happened with the CDP using this system? One, we are saying that using the electronic system, the IT systems, you can know who has received the inputs. You don't have to go from wherever you are because the system-based. So this one, the details of the farmer, wherever they are, so there is no need, you will not again supply in darkness. And because of the farmer having the control over the inputs, the quality has certainly improved because the agro-input dealer, if he provides poor quality inputs here, you will have to compensate the farmer. And then, of course, the farmer has a choice of the inputs she wants to use. And because of using private sector, the agro-input dealer market network has expanded. And so this is just about traceability I was talking about. With the system, you'll see the farmer is enrolled, you'll see the name of the farmer, the time he redeemed, the location of the farmer, his phone number, the agro dealer who has provided those inputs, the quantity of inputs received, and the cost. So whoever wants to monitor can go and find out and really be able to trace the farmer other than dumping seeds in some store and you don't know who has actually received. So this is just a process of the e-voucher. It starts with the registering the farmer. The farmer should be trained to know what they are going to do. They will order for the inputs. The fourth time is after ordering, the agro-input dealers will know who wants what amount of inputs, so they will aggregate, they'll bulk, and then inform the farmers their orders are ready. The farmer completes his contribution in the system. The government places the other amount of money, and the farmer receives the inputs as the agro-dealer gets paid. So that is just the process. And what has happened over time, so far, over 200, actually close to 300,000 farmers have benefited. But you can see that there is a lot of learning from 2018 season B to 2019 season B. It was a hard start. Convincing the farmers to come on, they couldn't understand the process. First, getting the attitude of paying for inputs and then trusting that you can put your money in some system and wait to receive inputs was very difficult. But coming to 2020, it's actually gained. But somewhere around 2020B again, there was some challenge with the payment processes. So the farmers getting inputs declined a bit. But when you came now, we opened this again in 2021, you can see that line spiking up. That is for enrollment. Many people really came in. Unfortunately, again, finding that the amount of money for the subsidy has reduced and the system had also been closed a bit. So you find that people learn to adopt, and really there's a lot of interest for people to now take up the inputs, and you can see the kind of inputs that have been provided from tarpaulins, fertilizers, agrochemicals, and you can see tarpaulins being the most demanded input because it has multiple uses and it can be redeemed at any time of the year. Doesn't have to depend on the season. And then fertilizer, agrochemicals, and fertilizer going mostly for coffee and maize. So what has happened to make the farmers believe in getting this input through the e-voucher management system, because they are quality inputs, you see that there's actually impact in terms of productivity. You see rice going up to about 218% increase in productivity change, and maize about 95%, so beans, cassava, and coffee. So you see the farmers really saw that when you get the quality inputs and use them correctly, you get what is really required. So there was a lot of interest in that. And therefore, today, as I said earlier, was just to share this story. And then to see the challenges that we have gone through and the lessons that we have picked and what kind of opportunities are there for really implementation of the e-voucher subsidy delivery system. And the questions will be, who influences the issue of delivering this system, the actors, what are their roles, what opportunities and challenges exist, and what could be the recommendations. So this is just how some data was collected, but we realized that there are so many actors. Key among them is really the extension worker, the community-based facilitator, and then the system agent. They are very key in making the farmer get interested in taking inputs, very important in that process. So when we look at, there are so many success stories, certainly, but I think this presentation will be shared. We just want to finish with the challenges. These are all perceptions that people have had in terms of the e-voucher management system. But the challenges will tell us how best to improve the system. And as we can see, the issue is that the idea is new, and therefore there was no prior experience, and therefore requires that people really learn. The technology challenges because of network and IT use knowledge, but that goes also into capacity building and improving the networks. And then the issue of the agent you'll use to, initially we had the challenge of the agent also trying to become an agro-dealer, so the issue of conflict of interest. And then the issue of some agro-dealers taking advantage of farmers who are ignorant a bit to redeem more than they should. And therefore, but putting those together, we really see that there are ways to get over this. And when you ask the farmers about the challenges they faced, you realize that the issue is late delivery of inputs still and the long distance, because of when the farmer agro-dealers were centrally based, to take them long to reach the farmer. But the key lessons are there. Technology, we certainly has to grow. We cannot again go back from IT to manual systems. We have to build, learn, and adopt technology. The idea is new, correct. We just have to build our capacity and make more people aware of what it is. The issue of people colluding to redeem inputs, again, is about strengthening the farm organizations. And then, of course, with the principal agent, that is always easy, contract management, so you can change the manager of such a system. And of course, the limited capacity of extension workers and others to go into, again, training people of what to do. So we are saying the project has had a good demonstration of the value of these inputs, and productivity has increased among participating farmers, and they can now market a lot more produce and get income. And we can now target better using this system, targeting the farmer. And then using the private sector through this system is much better as you're growing those networks. And the focus now should be, how do we get the policymakers, the politicians to accept, to address this issue, and then fix the governance challenges and the issue of building ICT systems. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the beauty of using ICT. And anywhere where somebody resists ICT, I'll tell you it's about like these two smartphones. One would say, why do you have the two? One would say, because of battery issues. But the fact is that actually when you use a smartphone, somebody will know where you passed yesterday. But when you use this one, nobody can track you. So anybody again saying e-voucher is not okay, perhaps is still interested in supplying inputs in darkness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polot. Dr. Opolod has taken 2 minutes from almost the rest of the speakers this afternoon. So please, let's respect time. Since we are not virtual and I cannot mute you, try to respect the time. Since his topic is a very good opening for the rest of the discussion today, it means that the rest of you won't have as much time. So please try to summarize as much as you can. I think his presentation was a very good introduction to what we discuss in the rest of the sessions in this room today. Our next speaker is Dr. Adong Annette, taking stock of farmers' participation in the e-voucher agriculture subsidy program in Uganda. Welcome, Adong.
We have it loaded. Okay, thank you so much. I think it was a very good opening for us, because then myself and my colleagues come in to look at this program in a little bit more detail. So specifically for this presentation, I take a stock at the participation of our beneficiaries at the e-voucher, electronic voucher agriculture subsidy program in Uganda. So we have all these authors. It's been a hectic study. Okay. Do you have the? Do you have the shift? Okay. Okay. I think, like I've said, this introduction has already, we have gone through this. Okay, Dr. Nakaleta has gone through the introduction of, the subsidies and how it has, progressed in Africa, including Uganda. So I'll skip that. I'll also skip the electronic voucher process. This again, Dr. Nakaleta has, has already explained it. But key things that I look at when I look at the, stock of participation are areas with registration, that's the first one, ordering, that's the second, and redemption, that's the last. When you look at the circle, the last part of redeeming the inputs, how are the farmers, participating in this whole process? So again, highlights of implementation. He has gone through this, with all the, the stakeholders that were involved, and basically, and how the system works. So I'll also skip that for purposes of time. So for this presentation, I look at to what extent was the criteria, adhered to when they were implementing the program. Then how effective was training to enable, participation of the farmers? Was membership of farmer groups a crucial aspect in farmers' participation? Were there some inherent characteristics? Was it visible that, what kind of farmers were actually participating or are actually participating in this program? From ordering, from registration, ordering, and redemption. And then lastly, and which is important, especially for its implementation, to what extent does understanding the requirements of the electronic voucher an important factor in enabling participation? Because it's important, it's a new technology. To what extent would a poor, illiterate farmer understand how to use this technology? Did it affect their participation? So the data sources, again, good enough with a fully emerged M&E structure within the ministry, and we followed their data set. So there's an electronic voucher data set, there's a midterm review, but the cohort data, to a great extent, this study relied on the cohort data. And then about participation, I'll just highlight this, although also my colleague mentioned some of these. So across the seasons, from when it was, when it started 2018, we have seen an increase in participation, redemption, and then across we have 12 clusters participating in the program. You see that to a great extent, some clusters like cluster 1, from where the project was piloted, has a high degree of participation. But also now, if you look at cluster 11, Tungamo, there's also, it follows to cluster 1 in terms of participation. And then, so the issues that I look at, for example, the prerequisite for a person to enroll in the program was that you should have been in the farmer group, you should have had at least 1 acre of land, and at least 1 household member should have been a beneficiary. But then we see some leakages. About 22% of households had actually more than 1 person benefiting. So this is our system. You say only 1 person in the household should benefit, but then at least 22% of the people reported that they had more than 1 person in the household benefit. But there are reasons to that, and farmers are also rational people. Why is it that, there are incidences where, more than 2 people within the household actually did benefit from the program? So, of course, one of the reasons, the limitation of 1 acre per household could have also explained why people, try to hide and ensure that, they have 1 or 2 or more people benefiting from the system to beat the system itself. So here, when you look at the kind of households that were, having more than 1 beneficiary in the household, the key points you see are highlighted in maroon. That these are households that have a higher land size, they are much older, so youth are less likely to have had 1 person in the household, having more than 1 person in the household benefiting. There be people who take pride in confounding. Confounding is a very important term here. So because it's some kind of sharing cost between the government and the people, that's what we refer to as co-funding. Maybe I should have written, the spelling there is wrong. Then of course, these are the same people that receive inputs from other sources. So it's a government program, but imagine there's also OWC and there's NADS. So the people who are benefiting more than they should have also benefit from other government programs. Then, so ordering of inputs, this is to show the trend of how ordering was done, but you can see that across, first it started off slowly, then picked up and moved on. But and this again, my colleague has already explained, so I'll skip this. Then the likelihood of ordering, who are the kind of people who ordered the inputs? So an important point that comes up here is that the means of transport was very important. So from our data, we see that people who owned motorcycles were more likely to have ordered inputs. So what does that say? That shows that, because you order the input, then you have to move to the place and pick up these inputs. You need transport for that. So it's likely that, people that, do not have, transport means we are less likely then to make these orders. And that puts some households at a disadvantage. But also importantly are those who take pride in confounding, those who, training was not an important aspect of whether they ordered or not. And then also whether they received inputs from other sources was not an important reason or explanation of whether they ordered or did not order. So here are some of the reasons that we got for not ordering inputs. An important point that came up was that prices in the system were sometimes higher than the market prices. That came up, 100% of our farmers said that. Then of course the service provider, some people of course had some issues with the service provider, And I know my next presenter will verify some of this. And then some also hinted that the process was not so clear. I have 2 minutes. So this, I think it was in terms of which inputs were ordered, where did we have full redemption and where did we have, partial redemption. So this is what these results show. Then transition, I have to talk about this because Dr. Nakalet said, the program allowed for farmers to transit from, almost 90% subsidy, 50 to that's the second cycle and to the last cycle. But we see low transition from the first cycle to the second cycle. 97% are participating in the first cycle and only 2.3% are participating in the subsequent cycle. Why is that the case? My next colleague also gives highlights on some of these. Okay, so these are some of the reasons. Sorry, that's a very small text, but importantly, it shows that transition to cycle 2 was of course influenced by your wealth status. That's almost obvious. The wealthier the household, the most likely that they transited to the next. But also here we see the kind of inputs that households redeemed and whether they transited to the next cycle. This is what this presentation, this slide shows. And so some of the reasons they give for not for progressing or not progressing to the second cycle, one of the things that come out is late access to inputs, but also inadequate funds for contribution. So training, I'll just highlight this, that membership to the farmer group, of course, was very crucial for farmers to have had access to training. And this training is necessary. You're using a new technology. So you need to know how to use it, how to use that smartphone. So my concluding remarks, first is that, of course, membership to farmer groups is important. There's no running away from that. Perhaps this fits well with, with the PDM, the parish development model, and we can talk more about that. But also, and that calls for effective organized farmer groups. And these farmer groups should be strengthened. Group leaders, made more, more active and more in control. But also, it's important that we have a clear understanding of the program. So perhaps this calls upon, adequate information dissemination through the available channels. And then the current distribution mechanism of agro-input dealers. If transport is a limitation, that means the agro-inputs should be, should be taken closer to the farmers. And we advocate for agro-input agents in this model. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Adong. I think I'm learning that the challenges of implementing a public program run across. Yeah. We hope to learn more from you in the discussion session. But for now, since we are talking about the same topic for this session, I will invite Dr. Tinker James to present a qualitative assessment of the impact and scalability of the electronic agricultural voucher subsidy. 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. For my presentation, I will focus specifically on the qualitative assessment for the impact and scalability of the For this part of the presentation, we are focusing mainly on the qualitative assessment of the e-voucher program that has been the center of discussion for this session. So that's what we are going to discuss in this particular session. And mainly for, I think, our focus here in scalability, we are mainly looking at a deliberate effort to ensure that this intervention can be able to reach out to more people, either expanding the geography, because initially, in rolling out this program, it started at a pilot stage in just 57 districts, which we are grouped under 12 clusters. So the purpose here was to look at to study the different components under the e-voucher program, and then we assess where we need adaptations to be made, which areas can be expanded to be more inclusive. And that's the major purpose of this qualitative assessment. Okay? So there are certain aspects that possibly that would be of interest to us. For example, there could have been implementation challenges or aspects within the value chain that are to do with the capacity. Does the value chain have the capacity to handle, either to supply the inputs that are required or to be able to handle the production volumes that will be able to come through as a result of promoting more use of inputs through this intervention. So we wanted to assess all these kind of aspects and then see where adjustments need to be made. Can it be replicated in the same form, or do we need to be able to adjust some of the pieces, the components within the e-voucher setup? Okay. So there were key research questions that we focused on. One was to assess whether the e-voucher has successfully created a mindset change, or at least where there is enough evidence to suggest that at least that is starting to take shape. Okay? And another aspect was to evaluate whether the farmers feel adoption of the inputs is profitable on their side, given the current market prices. At the same time, we wanted to assess which would be the better long-term strategy for scaling the program. For example, in the pilot stage, 1 acre had been targeted that can be supported per household. So the question was, is this sufficient enough if we are to talk about commercializing? At the same time, there is a huge debate on the political side, whether many people are not being left out by targeting 1 acre. So these were discussions that we needed to be able to come through. Okay? At the same time, we wanted to see whether there is a relationship that is developing between the private sector that is supplying the inputs and the farmers, so that there is sustainability in these relationships even after the subsidy program phases out. So these were some of the research questions that we wanted to look into. Mainly, we adapted the framework from USAID's Agricultural Scalability Assessment Tool, which had 6 domains. Particularly, each domain had a specific question to assess, and those domains are mainly the ones that are laid out. One was looking at the importance of this program, credibility, the ease of adoption of the e-voucher program, whether farmers feel there are enough incentives for them to participate in this program and utilize the inputs, At the same time, if the agro-input dealers also feel there's a strong business case for them to participate, okay? We also wanted to assess some of the aspects within the ecosystem that are enabling these players to be able to participate in this program, okay? Okay, so in doing this, we are able to conduct key informant interviews, in-depth interviews, farmer in-depth interviews, and also focus group discussions, okay, to be able to get the insights from the different stakeholders that are involved within the e-voucher implementation, okay? However, from our results, we found that strong support and alignment of the goal of the e-voucher, which is to support the intensification of on-farm production through provision of subsidized inputs. This goal is well aligned with all the national and agricultural sectoral policies. And there's a criterion for against which we are assessing this. And the rationale why this particular aspect was critical in this scalability assessment, it's mainly because without sustained political support, you cannot be able to scale this program. And here we scored a 3, okay? It was well aligned with all the policy priorities stipulated in NDP3, in the National Agricultural Policy and Agricultural Value Chain Development Program, okay? Then at the same time, we found observable benefits for both farmers and agro-input dealers. As you could see, one of the farmers in the focus group in MPG shared that they initially used to harvest just 8 bags of coffee, and now they are able to achieve 20 bags. At the same time, even the value chain is adapting and modernizing. Off-takers shared that now, because of the increased volumes as well as the quality of maize in areas like Kagadi, trucks have been seen from neighboring countries like Kenya and Tanzania going as far as these areas because of the impact of the e-voucher program. So in this particular aspect, we scored under this particular assessment criterion that indeed, even though the e-voucher program was at pilot scale, however, there's enough evidence to suggest that its impact is direct, unlikely to be high, despite its scale, okay? Okay, we also, realized that farmers are starting to appreciate the need to utilize modern inputs, and they are willing to pay full price for the fertilizers. One of the agro-input dealers indicated that even during the period when the e-voucher system was off, farmers were willing to purchase the inputs, the fertilizers, despite the fact that the market prices had doubled, had increased by 2-fold, okay? At the same time, one negative side that we saw, which would need to be addressed going forward, is the limitation of having only one person participate per household. That was negatively impacted the female gender in participation. So although the statistics are showing that we closely reached the 40% participation for the female gender, but this was incidental, mainly because of the double dealing. The fact that households could be able to have more than one member participate, but not legally. So this is something that we felt among the recommendations needs to be considered, one modification, to allow more than one beneficiary per household, okay? At the same time, farmers generally found, didn't perceive a high risk with this program, the fact that they were dealing directly with the agriculture officers to help them throughout in participating in this program. But there are instances where others felt the fact that they have to place an order and wait for some time, that presents a risk of either losing their money or never getting their inputs at all. So we advocate that at least in scaling, as much as possible, a Coca-Cola distribution model needs to be sought, whereby farmers can easily access inputs and they can be able to quickly receive their inputs after placing the order, okay? Also, there were multiple challenges within implementation, which were cited mainly because of utilizing an electronic system to deliver the inputs to the farmers. But one thing that we noticed, most of the stakeholders appreciated, that this is quite a monumental shift on the side of government to use electronic systems to be able to deliver large government programs, and it might take time to perfect, okay? So, among the recommendations that, policy recommendations that we have, we cited 3 for this particular presentation, but mainly we found that at the national level, it would be best that we still limit the number of priority crops considered per cluster, but we have flexibility in that for every district, any local priorities identified through the parish development model can be accommodated under that particular district, okay? At the same time, most of the stakeholders recommended that at least the farm size should be increased to 5 acres, okay? That's another adaptation that needs to be considered. At the same time, also having every cycle of the subsidy lasts beyond 1 season. Initially in the pilot stage, every beneficiary was staying on a cycle for just a single season. But having it last beyond 1 season, it will be able to facilitate better transition. At the same time, phase out each cycle at once, irrespective of when each person has joined, okay, to ensure that there are minimal cases of double dealing, okay? So these were the top policy priorities that we felt need to be put into consideration in scaling this program countrywide. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, we have Dr. Opolot Deogratius.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Deogratius Opolot. I'm going to be presenting on effect of input choices on productivity, and the focus will mainly be on maize productivity. Okay, thank you. Dr. Naklet already highlighted about the e-voucher program. So what I'm going to be presenting on is on the input choices, use and productivity effects on maize, and specifically focusing on the data we collected from the e-voucher subsidy program. So that is briefly my presentation outline. I will have a brief background, highlight a few research questions, talk briefly about the methodology we used, and then the results and policy recommendation. So maize as a commodity is one of the most widely grown cereal, and in Uganda about 69% of the households cultivated maize in 2019. This is according to the annual agricultural survey conducted by UBOS. And in total, about 2.8 million tons were produced. But when you look at maize production in terms of yield, just only 1.5 metric tons are produced per hectare. And this is almost 3 times below the potential yield reported by research sessions, which is at 7 metric tons per hectare. And a number of factors have been highlighted to cause the low yields in maize. And one critical one is the limited use of improved technologies. In this case, we are meaning both the inputs, the seed, and then the fertilizer. For instance, it's been noted that just 6.8% of the farmers used improved seed and only 2.4% used inorganic fertilizer. That is almost the lowest in Africa. And then around 3.4% used agrochemicals. And additionally, we note that there is lack of information and technical advice in terms of extension services on the farmers to increase productivity. And in 2017, a study done by Shehan and Barrett noted that for those farmers who take improved inputs, they can, majority of them, or they rarely use 2 of those inputs together or synergistically. An example, if a farmer takes maize seed, improved maize seed and fertilizer, it's always very rare for for them at household level to use or take both of those inputs. And in most cases, they view them as substitutes. So this leads us to ask these questions, specifically focusing on our data, since we're providing improved inputs to the farmers. One, are these farmers really redeeming multiple inputs in the system? Secondly, are they using these inputs in the right way or correctly? And what factors influence them to make choices or take up these inputs? And then the last one is what is the effect of these inputs on productivity, specifically yield on maize? So as highlighted, this data was collected in the project is in 12 clusters, but we only focus on clusters producing maize, which are highlighted in yellow. I will not talk much about them. And then our target farmers were mainly those who received inputs, specifically maize and any other, including fertilizer. And then we were mainly sampling from those farmers who redeemed inputs. So what we're doing is that at the end of every season, after the farmers have taken up inputs, we go and undertake a survey to assess the productivity of those inputs. So we had a rigorous training, and we're using mainly community-based facilitators. These are staff of the project recruited to undertake this exercise. And before we would go to the field, would take them through rigorous training. And the data we collected was for all the seasons since the project started providing inputs, that is 2018B up to 2021A. So to ensure that we have good results, we did preliminary analysis. All the data we got was transferred to Stata, and then did preliminary analysis to remove outliers. So what did we find out? First, on the question of whether farmers are redeeming multiple inputs, we confirmed that a very limited number of farmers were redeeming more than one input. As indicated there, just about 22% were redeeming one input, and those who were redeeming all the 5 inputs which are provided in the package were less than 0.2%. So that confirms the earlier study that farmers do not use those improved inputs together if they take more than 2. These are just the varieties which they were redeeming most. We have the Highland maize variety 6-2 and then longer 10. I wouldn't want to focus much on this since I don't have a lot of time, but I will go straight on the second question. Are the farmers using these inputs correctly. So we did analyze for interaction effects and looked at the type of fertilizer against the variety of maize taken, and then with other variables including training and then the method of application, and then assessed for yield. So we can clearly see that there are variations in terms of yield based on either the type of fertilizer used and then the either method of application or variety of the maize. And what I've highlighted in yellow is specifically for the farmers who took DAP as a fertilizer and they applied using in-hill application, the yield they got was significant. The difference with those who didn't use was as high as 252. The same applies to those who used the urea and then used the ring application, and those who used DAP and then maybe used the highland maize variety also registered high yield differences as much as 822. The same applies to those who took urea and then also taken high yield varieties. So what is clear here that it's not about just the type of input you take, or there are other factors which are critical, and that can be either method of application or method of application of this fertilizer, or maybe the type of variety. So the correct variety and correct application and maybe other variables type of training will give you high yields. So we looked at also the factors influencing, what was mainly influencing choice of uptake of these varieties, and then a number of them were significant. We realized that those who harvested in the previous season and used the harvest or the yield produced would negatively influence somebody to take seed. If the yield he gets is low, then he doesn't, for that particular variety, the likelihood of him taking that particular variety the next season was low. And then also the type of training and then source of income positively influenced farmers' uptake of fertilizers, and also the planting method. We can also see that for fertilizers specifically, intercropping negatively affected the uptake of fertilizer. And the last question which we're looking at was whether use of these improved inputs, the effect of these improved inputs on mainly yield of maize. And we can clearly see from the results that the productivity or yields begins from where you're storing your input from. If you poorly store the maize, this maize seed, most likely that seed will not have higher germinability or viability, and that is a beginning of low yields. But we also look at the interactions between the type of variety and then the application method, and clearly see that there were variations. There was an influence of the type of fertilizer, variety of maize, and then the method of application on the yield of maize. I can just take for an example the interaction between the DAP and then highline maize varieties was highly significant, and yet in the same case using urea and longe 7H negatively influenced the yield of maize. In all this data, we controlled for cluster effects to ensure that the data the values we get is credible. So what messages do we take from this? One, are the farmers redeeming multiple inputs? As you can see from my earlier, from the results earlier, it indicates that farmers were not taking mainly multiple inputs. Majority of the households were taking at least one input. And then in regards to the second question of farmers applying the inputs correctly, we have mixed results on that. clearly indicating the farmers who applied the inputs correctly were getting higher yields compared to those who were not applying correctly. And then a number of socioeconomic factors were influencing choice of those inputs, and training is one of them. And then in the last question, does the use of improved inputs increase productivity? The answer is yes and no at the same time. It goes beyond just getting those improved inputs. There are other factors which include the type of application. So what are the key messages from these results? I must say that these are mainly preliminary results. We are doing further analysis on other commodities, including coffee and beans. But what we can take home from this is that you can have all the best inputs, but if you don't know how to use them, you may not be able to increase production and productivity. So this leads me to the second take-home message, that we have to know the right input and use it correctly to have yields, increased yields. And maybe this is what we define as the precision agriculture. And then also the results highlight the role of extension in contributing to increased productivity. We need a lot of trainings for this, onto the type of input to use and the right way of using these inputs if we are to attain the maximum potential yield for maize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the World Bank team, World Bank cluster. We have definitely not kept time, but we have tried. Yes, I would now like to invite Dr. Opolot Naklet, James Tinker, Annette Adong, and Grash Opolot to sit here. It's time for a discussion. We have a very brief discussion. We should try to do it without exceeding time. We can use a total of about 10 minutes. This we can afford because the topic this afternoon is about the same thing. So we can cross-fertilize our questions and make sure that we have as short time as possible. As the team takes their seats, I would like to make a brief announcement. Emmanuel Rukundo, you are online, so you can hear me. Please indicate to the team that you're ready to present. Tumramye Kelet, if you are not here, please join us. We'll begin the session soon, as well as Victoria Bigide. So welcome to the team. It's time for questions and discussions, and we shall allow maximum 3 questions to each of the presenters. I will start with questions for Dr. Opolot Naklet. Yes, that's one. Any other questions? 2 from Dr. Abel. Yes, please. For Dr. Opolot, yes. And any other. Actually, once you stand up and you have questions for another person, you basically ask all, but please mention your name and institution, please, first. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Leta. I work for SPEAR of CGIAR. My question for Opolot is, you rightly mentioned that storage is key for improving yield. What I would want to understand is, how is that storage? Was there a way of assessing that, yes, one can have you can have the store, but what's the quality of that store? Yeah, in one of the earlier presentations, we learned that
a lot of post-harvest losses actually happen even in storage. You can say you have the storage facility, but then what's the quality of that storage? So if you could, if in your subsequent analysis, if you can go beyond just ascertaining that it is indeed that storage is key. Then also still with the, like for planting, I would appreciate, I understand by the time these farmers redeem the inputs, they may already be at the verge of planting. What is that duration from the time they actually redeem the seed to the time of planting? So you might find some of the deterioration, you might find some deterioration will happen along that time. You find someone redeems the seed, but then land is not yet ready, or something happens along the way. So if you could capture how long it takes for the farmers to also plant that seed, it will help to actually unveil some of these things. And then to the first presenter, you rightly mentioned that the price of the inputs was actually something that was actually deterring some of the farmers. Actually, what they mentioned was the price of these inputs were more than what is on the market. I was looking at a simple calculation. A kilo of hybrid maize right now is about 10,000. So if government is paying 65% for you, your role is just to pay 35%. Even that 35% was indeed affordable. I understand this. I understand the subsidy actually factors in what you would actually pay for, but then you only pay 35%. So what is that they were saying the price was higher than the same price of the product in the open market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Atukwase, here.
Chair, should we be standing up? Or we can do it while seated?
No, either is fine. I can't tell my boss to stand up.
Looks like we have to stand, but
Yeah.
I thought we could do it comfortably. Okay. Thank you very much, presenters. A question to my colleague, Dr. Oprot. You mentioned the problem of elite capture of the e-voucher system. I'm wondering if these people were utilizing the inputs, or they picked the inputs. Were they utilizing them for the intended purpose? If yes, why they were? Because we are all in production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please.
My name is William Olaho Mukani. I work for Naro. I think Madam didn't know my name. Now, allow me to thank the presenters for this wonderful World Bank supported program. My question will cut across to the presentation of Dr. Polot. There are two Dr. Polots there, I think, both of them, and also Tinka, and also Adonga. Now, I would have loved to see how this project, the geographical distribution, and maybe reasons why you chose those areas where you have implemented the project. I would also love to see geographically how you intend to upscale. It would have helped me to visualize to see where the project is heading. But my question, which is key really, is that these are innovations. Innovations, as we know, if you are introducing innovations, the issue of educating the people, especially the farmers, is very key. And the Gracious, you ably showed that uptake of technologies were influenced by lack of training. And of course, we are seeing this affecting even the PDM. If we shall not train the farmers properly, I have a PhD even, But I can assure you I cannot apply fertilizers very well. My PhD is in pathology. When it comes to apply, I have planted maize and messed up. And with that level of education, and I did agriculture, actually. But I think farmers need to know that when you apply fertilizer, you apply like this. Is it you put the fertilizer on the seed? All those issues are very key. And I'm very sure that this, as we are introducing this program, we need to factor in the question of the issue of education. This is very key. And it is come out as a policy. Dr. De Grossi as a Opolot, I think you are mentioning it there. This should be a policy issue. How much have we educated the farmers so that when we introduce a technology or an innovation, the uptake is correctly done? So I would have loved to see this, but these are just my comments. And really, very key comments, because I've been even in this suppliers of agro chemicals, including fertilizers, and they tell you that many of the farmers don't know even how to apply fertilizers. Actually, they know how to, the one which you spray on that one is easier. But the one you put in the soil, they don't know. So how are we going to influence production if our people are not properly trained? This is a question for all of you too. You can also address it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that to everyone or specifically Dr. Naklet? Okay, sure, of course.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, presenters, for the presentation. I'm Mugubia Fauza Kisu from the Office of the President. I wanted to inquire whether the e-voucher system has been linked to already existing systems in place. For example, business registration and also the taxation by URA and URSB. Because majority of the challenges we have are because most of the farmers are either micro or small scale business owners. And we face a challenge that all of them die a natural death before even their first year of existence. So how are you going to link this system in already existing systems so that they acquire even other services like financial credit on top of the scientific approaches and services by extension workers?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Tinka, James? Even if questions are coming generally, I will also be mentioning the specific presenters. So if you have any question for Mr. James Tinka? Any questions for Adong, Annette? Yes, okay. Yes, Dr. Roland.
I'm Roland Agava from Naro. I have two questions in my mind. One, we know that these inputs enhance productivity. Now, one aspect is market. Have you found out market and incomes? Have you found out whether as a result of these inputs, they have gotten more yield, and is this yield linked to the markets? Number two, are you giving these inputs to individual farmers or to farmer groups? And which one would be better? Giving to farmer groups or individuals in terms of enhancing scales, production scales, and therefore general impact on the commodities they are working in? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a question here for Dr. Adong here in front.
Thank you. Last time I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Abel Atkwase from Makerere University.
School of Food Technology, Nutrition and Bioengineering. Dr. Dong, you mentioned that one of the requirements for someone to get these inputs is being in a farmer group. Much as farmer groups have been promoted over time, and I know they are very important, but I also know they have quite a number of challenges. One of them is, again, the overdominance of a few people within that farmer group. So have you tried to find out whether within that very farmer group there are issues that are associated with what Dr. Nekeret has mentioned regarding the capture of the system? Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Opolot, Deogracius, the last presenter, about input choices and productivity effects. Any questions? Okay. We shall start responding from your questions and comments. We start with Dr. Naklet Opolot.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, participants, for the questions. I think when they mentioned Opolot, someone was not sure which Opolot, but there are some questions the other Opolot has noted. Yes. But yes, on the issue of elite capture, what did I mean exactly in terms of the e-voucher management system? There were some people with their money. Some agro-input dealers, some large-scale farmers. So they could afford to put the co-funding. They pre-fund certain farmers' accounts. And they will redeem this money and redeem the inputs. It will not go to these farmers, but they will either take to their shops or to take their sugarcane plantations. So you find that the purpose of the inputs is not achieved. So that is what some of the people could do, that the rich ones, taking advantage of the weaknesses in the system. But that would be fixed quite easily. So that is what happened. So it is not that because they are all farmers, so they should take the inputs. No, there was an objective. We want to increase the productivity of coffee, maize, beans, rice, and the other commodity. But these other inputs could get abused because a business person, if say an input is 100,000 and he's going to put in 33,000, so he redeems, so they still is 67,000, he can even afford to sell at 50,000, he would have made money. So you find that it gets messed up in the market. That was the bit of it in terms of the e-voucher, but those are things that could be fixed and maybe through strengthening the system and then the supervision. The geographical distribution of the project, yes, Dr. Laho, the project was initially meant to cover 42 districts only, but now we're covering 57 because of these splits of the originally targeted districts. But they're going across the country in 12 clusters, which are actually like the semi-regions, the sub-regions of the country, depending on the kind of commodity that was preferred or prioritized in those areas. Every cluster could do like 2 to 3 enterprises. And right as you say that the design of the project and approval, it was thought that after the pilot stage, we then roll out to the entire country. So, but that is still a discussion in process. But otherwise, it was cutting across the entire country. The other issue of educating the farmer, you're very right. I know that one I get beaten twice because I'm also the commissioner responsible for extension. So again, it is in my docket to ensure that farmers get educated. But you're very right, there's a weakness in the extension system. But you see that by design of this project, it was required that before the farmer picks up the inputs, must have gone through training, as Dr. Dong had highlighted in terms of input use, system use, and the agronomy of the enterprise. But sometimes the reality on the ground when it comes to implementing, you're rushing for time, and sometimes the person who comes to pick the inputs may not be the person going to plant. The father sends a daughter, and that kind of thing. So there's a challenge there, but you're very right. But this is something that needs to be worked on. And indeed, many times farmers will say they have gotten poor quality inputs, when actually it is the way they have used them, the inputs, that makes them not to perform. So the issue of extension is certainly very key, and as I say, it's a policy issue to make sure we strengthen the extension system. The e-voucher system is certainly linked to the relevant systems. It's actually managed by NITA-U. It is anchored in NITA-U and connected to the other systems. In fact, it's called the financial inclusion system. So it provides for access to such services when they become available. And the farmers are not registered as companies. These are farmers, individual farmers. They are not companies. The only companies we can have are the agro-input dealers. Those are the ones who are registered as companies. And of course, the issues of taxes and so on are interlinked into their registration profiles. Yes, there was something like if the inputs led to increased yields. I think I did show that really there was a great improvement in yields as a result for the participating farmers as a result of using these purchased inputs. And by the design of the project, we didn't present it here. From supporting farmers to increase productivity, we're also supporting farmers to acquire post-harvest handling facilities, storage, and value addition. And there was also efforts to link them to off-takers. So all that, it was really a complete value chain intervention, though here we're only implementing what was done on production level. And of course, we may not have completed for all farmer groups, but it was work that was done and by design to make sure that as farmers produce, the post-harvest handling and value addition is handled, and there is linkage to the market, to the off-takers. So that was really the design of the project, and there was insight into that. The farmers were getting inputs as individuals, but the criteria was that they should belong to farmer groups. There are no block farms yet by farmer groups, but the farmer had to belong to a group, and that means they were all handling a common commodity, and also for issues of increasing bulking and so on, so they had to belong to a farmer group. But of course, we realize that also dealing with farmers receiving inputs individually is where there has been an issue of them being manipulated by some of the big guys, and we think going forward the approach would be focus on a group. And even the redemption should be taking place where the group meets. That kind of thing we think would improve the issue of improving on targeting the farmers who take inputs.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry I'm going to cut you short. Yes, let's keep in mind that we have another session right after this. So the rest of the presenters, since, again, the person that's introducing the topic has done an overview, let's also summarize. Thank you very much. Next, I will go to Tinka. Any questions for you?
The two questions that we are submitted towards me, I think Dr. Naklet has ably handled them. The one that was to do with whether within the design of this particular program, we thought about how to be able to accommodate the increase in production as we are promoting input use. And I think he's able to handle that, even exploring use of farmer groups or to be able to receive inputs rather than farmers receiving these inputs individually. I think that's another aspect that is also hinted on quite ably. It was a suggestion that came through. The only addition I could have on that is at least for all stakeholders, their reservation in that arrangement was mainly to do with the governing structures within these farmer groups. They are being revived, and there's still a need for more training to ensure that the governing structures within these farmer groups are strengthened for them to effectively be able to administer some of these roles. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Dr. Adon.
Thank you. I think also most of the questions Dr. Nakaleta has also handled. So again, the issue of farmer groups, whether we target farmers only or look at the farmer groups. Again, he's ably, shown that we would rather go in for the farmer groups to reduce the manipulation that might be happening within the system. Now, the issue of a light capture that might be within these farmer groups is what we should address, and that's even easier. That's easier to address than than the manipulation that might be occurring in the system, because we are only looking at one farmer. So I think that's really good. Then linking yields, increasing yields, and then market and income. I think the project, and my colleague Opolot can add to this about how the project gives a complete picture along the value chain, not only at production, but also linking these farmers to the off-takers. Thank you so much.
Okay, I had a quick one with the chair, but please, I give you a go-ahead, Deogratius, to comment.
Thank you very much for the questions, and as my colleagues have said, Dr. Naklet has answered most of them ably. I just want to go to what Mr. Letter asked and was inquiring how we are assessing storage for these inputs. Actually, the design of the project is that we had 3 players, that is the farmer, and then the e-voucher management system, and then the agro-input dealer, who are supposed to provide these inputs. So before the agro-input dealer is brought in the system, the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification must go and undertake inspection and accredit these agro-input dealers. And of course, one of the objectives of the project was to build the capacity of these agro-input dealers and ensure that they are closer to the farmers as much as possible, and the farmers are able to walk to any nearby shop, nearest maybe to the sub-county, to access these agro-inputs. But of course, during implementation, we noted that the capacity of these agro-input dealers was very low. In fact, in some districts, they were not there completely. And that meant that we had the national agro-input dealers provide inputs to these farmers. So particularly for the survey, we were asking the farmers where they're accessing these inputs from, and we had options of maybe whether at the district, and that could have been brought about by the national agro-input dealers. So in ensuring that storage is done properly, it was only accredited agro-input dealers by the Department of Crop Inspection who were providing inputs to these farmers. And then the second question was on duration of planting. How do we know that the farmers are really taking this to plant? This is mainly a demand-driven system, in that a farmer gets inputs which he wants at that particular time, and always the system would be open at the beginning of the season. So whatever a farmer orders for is what he needed at that particular time to plant. So there are very few chances that he would order inputs and store them without planting in that particular season. The last question asked by Dr. Gaba regarding linkage to the markets. Yes, we've played a very key role in ensuring that we provide quality outputs. Of course, one of the key inputs we provided were taplings and also construction of storage facilities for these farmers to ensure that whatever they get, they store it properly, and also link them to different market players. We had what we call the production alliances, where we bring together all the marketing stakeholders, including big off-takers like the World Food Program and some of the farmer groups who were bulking and storing produce got from this, were able to get contracts by World Food Program because of issues of quality and market. And clearly I can just say maybe for the coffee as well, we've invested a lot in the coffee processing and coffee hulling, and I can say that maybe the recent increases in the coffee exports could partly be attributed to the contribution of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you for ably presenting about inputs and the systems that are trying to get our farmers to access better and use more efficiently. Thanks a lot. We have a continuation of this discussion in the next session, so I beg you to take your seats as we call the next presenters. I would like to know if, yes, that hand clap does not look like there was lunch. Please, let's give them an applause. Thank you so much. I would like to know if Kelet Tumuramye is in the room. Well, I don't see. Kelet Tumuramye? Good, please take your seat. You have a presentation in this session. Victoria Mbigide, Victoria, great. So we have all the presenters for this session. This is also the World Bank session. It's a continuation of the World Bank session. And our first presenter is called Rukundo Emmanuel, presenting about the effect of the e-voucher program on households, farm productivity, and food security. He's online. Please lend him your ears, and he'll be ready for any questions in the discussion session. Thank you. We're getting him online.
Let me know if you can hear me well.
A little bit more volume. Speak again,
Okay.
please.
Can you hear me better? Is it better now?
Very much better. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, fantastic. Can you can see my slides. You can see my slide deck.
We can see your slides, but please use 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll use probably less than that. All right. Thank you. So my work is easy. Everyone who's been talking the previous session has already talked about all the introductions that I'm going to make. So I'll just run through the presentation in a few minutes. So we'll look around about the impact of the e-voucher, participating in the e-voucher on farm productivity and food security in a bit of an impact assessment dimension. Let me not talk about the background as much because we've already talked about this. Where the e-voucher works, we've talked about that as well, the system of registering and getting the training. I think Dr. Nakalet talked about that quite well. And the financial flows from aid through the input suppliers and how it gets the households and through the distributors. That's quite easy on the right hand side, on the left hand side. Now, looking at the evolution of participation, I think Dr. Nakaleta also had a slide on this. Just what I'm showing here is the looking at differences between registering, ordering, and redeeming. Sometimes, most times, farmers are registering into the platform, but not all of them go ahead to make an order. Whenever they make an order, not all of them go ahead and redeem it on time. This is more or less timely redemption of these inputs. So this is already we can see some questions that the policymakers might want to look at. For instance, in 2020A or 2019B, you have around about 70,000 farmers registering in the season and only 30,000 farmers redeeming in that season. So around about half of the farmers who register do not redeem, but also around about 80% of the farmers who register are the ones who make an order. So you have some 20-30% who are not making orders. Look at how they're making these orders. We should be expecting to see two humps, like a camel, because of two seasons in which most of the business is distributed in. The data we have is up to 2021, June, July. But you can see most farmers order a lot of their inputs in the second half of the year. So in the second season of the year, that's when most farmers are ordering their inputs. Between August and December, as well, August and December. And if we the data that goes on 2021 at 2022, you can still see this second half of the year, second season harm as well. We're interested in two types of effects: productivity effects and household welfare effects, mainly on the food security dimension. I will only talk about a few indicators from these effect clusters, not all of them, for time reasons, but also for level of analysis reasons. We have midterm review data. We've just finished collecting end-line data around about 2 weeks ago, so we're still spreading through it. We haven't analyzed it for public presentation. But so what we're going to show is up to midterm review, up to 2020, 2021. Well, when we talk about impacts, we want to compare with the counterfactual. So everyone, as we've been talking about in the previous session, we are looking at the progress of what's happening, but we need to compare this progress with the counterfactual. What's happening to farmers who do not receive these inputs or who do not participate in this program? How do we know that the program is effective? We compare it with people who do not participate in the program. So that's what this empirical strategy is going to try and do. And we see, yeah, that's what it's going to try and do. So we compare farmers here who are participating in the program and those who are not participating in the program. The participation here, as we've already seen earlier, there are two types of participation, either a 67-50-33 or a 33-50-67, depending on the a 67-50-33 and a 90-50-10 and the 90-50-10. In both levels of participation, farmers redeem up to a maximum of equivalent of $120,000, $120, not $20,000. Sorry for that. Yeah. So we will look at participation here, combine these two levels of participation. Later, we'll look at some kind of participation heterogeneity in differences in levels of participation. We can also look at difference in levels of participation by the number of inputs that are redeemed or consumed, or even levels of participation by the number of crops that are cultivated. For now, I'll only focus on beans and maize. So first, I will show some, this table shows effects on household food security. We ask the data we have clearly differentiates between the first season and the second season. So season A of the year and season B of the year. So in this case, we'll be comparing season A of 2019A with 2020A, or season B of 2019B with 2021A, in that sense. So what we see here is that participants in the e-voucher have around about 6% lower values of household food insecurity access. This is a good thing. We are looking at food insecurity in a reducing way. So household food insecurity access measures households with higher values of this scale as very food insecure, and lower values of this scale as very food secure. So a negative coefficient here tells us that these households are more food secure. So you have 6% reduction in food insecurity in the first season. For the general scale, you have a 7% reduction in food insecurity in the second season, and for this specific indicator. Now, we can differentiate this indicator in 3 different levels of mild insecurity, moderate food insecurity, and severe food insecurity. The biggest effect is on severe food insecurity. There is 10% reduction and 12% reduction in season 1 and season 2, respectively. Now, there are some empirical and technical difficulties and challenges with such a naive estimate. So we want to budget a little bit more and try to get a lot more robust results. So we do a match difference in difference. In this kind, we'll first do some predictive regressions in the first round, and then we do some causal regression in the second round. So what do we observe here? Like we had seen in the naive estimates, the largest effect is on severe food insecurity, and that's a great thing. 14%, 15% reduction in severe food insecurity. A couple of other robustness results by using different controls, whether we are using time varying or time invariant controls, we see similar trends of reduction in food insecurity. Now, why is there a reduction in food insecurity? We can go now to the next point of looking at household productivity. Now, when we look at productivity for maize and beans in season 1 and season 2, so what you're seeing on the slide here, maize 1 and maize 2, is basically maize for season 1 and maize for season 2, and beans for season 1 and beans for season 2. We see that this is productivity per hectare. So households that are participating in the e-voucher program are able to harvest 221 kilos more per hectare of maize in the first season. In the second season, they're able to harvest almost 73, 72 kilos more per hectare. So this is the effect size that we observe regarding maize. We see also 100 kilos more of beans per hectare in the second season. Well, this is interesting for agronomists and people who have a lot more experience than I do in ecology and agricultural systems. A lot of this variation is on other issues that are that might not be related to input use. A lot of it is rainfall, whether households are irrigating during low rainfall, or whether it's the households are growing these specific crops in their season anyway. So these kinds of reasons. Now, coffee is an interesting observation. We see that households participating in the e-voucher actually harvest less coffee. Now, you might think about that this is becoming a tiny elephant and it might grow, but don't worry. we want to dig deeper into this and understand why is coffee harvest reducing when households participate in e-voucher. Actually, what we observing is that farmers that are participating in the e-voucher, coffee farmers participating in e-voucher are redeeming coffee seedlings more than fertilizers. And so what you're observing now is that farmers are just planting better quality coffee because it's higher yield seedlings, and their productivity might be seen within 3 years, 5 years when the coffee harvest starts happening. So it's a different dimension of investment. So in this case, actually, it might be that farmers are transforming their farms from low yield coffee plants to high yield coffee plants. And then you say productivity dip. And so that needs a little bit more context for us to understand the effects happening there. Anyway, so concluding, we try to use various empirical strategies that can give us clear ideas of effect. And these empirical strategies show us that participation in the e-voucher has strong positive effects on food security and food productivity. And in this sense, households become better off with this participation. Of course, we have some policymakers from the ministry and other departments of government. This is something that we encourage to be its continuous support. I think people have talked about other recommendations. We definitely align with this recommendation on scaling up some of these. We are not able to observe some aspects of the effect, for instance, marketable volumes as yet, because mainly the sample sizes focus on very smallholder farmers, 1 acre or 2 acres. So it's some specific outcomes might need specific subsamples of the population to observe either market entry or increase in market volumes, and we are not able to observe that as yet in our samples. But I think in the next couple of months, once we have some end-line results, we'll be having a bit more exciting results. So keep your eyes and ears open. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Rukundo, for your efficient presentation and for clarifying some of these results. Please stay online. We have a discussion at once. We shall discuss with you together with the rest of the presenters in this session. So stay with us. We'll call on you afterwards. Right now, I would like to call Tumuramye Kellet to give us a presentation on effect of training on farmers' awareness and use of narrow promoted packages for managing black coffee twig borer and coffee wilt disease on Robusta coffee.
Good evening, researchers. Tumuramye Kellet is my name. What I'm going to present is my master's research findings, which I did with a team of researchers of Naro. IT. As we wait for IT, what I'm going to present is about the use of Naro-promoted technologies for managing black coffee twig borer and coffee wilt disease in Kayunga district. I don't see them coming.
So when they load, you just keep using this one online, no problem.
They're not coming.
No, after they load for you, it's now them to do it.
Now it's okay.
We are looking at the effects of training on farmers' awareness and use of Naro-promoted packages for managing black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease on Robusta coffee. And this was done in Kayunga district, where Naro trained farmers. The background of this is the black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease are currently major biotic constraints limiting production of Robusta coffee in Uganda. And the black coffee tree borer is causing damage of about 9.6%, valued to an economic loss of about $45 million, as according to research done by Dr. Kagezi in 2016. On the other hand, coffee disease caused almost deaths of 50% of Robusta coffee in 1990s and early 2000, causing a loss of almost $100 million. In response, Naro developed culture-based packages for managing black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease. So those packages are being promoted through training and skilling of farmers and stakeholders. And now we are going to look at promoted technologies for managing black coffee tree borer. So farmers were trained to use pest-free planting materials from only UCDA certified nurseries, to also regularly inspect their fields, identify any BCTB infestation, and trimming of any burning infested materials if found, but also to avoid bushiness by planting at recommended spacing, adequate desuckering and pruning of coffee and shade trees. Also to eliminate alternate hosts within and around coffee fields, enhance plant nutrition through soil fertility and moisture management, which includes mulching, trenches, and in case of any heavy infestation, to spray systemic pesticides. But this is not what we are emphasizing. It is used when all other methods have failed. On the side of coffee wilt disease, promoted packages for managing it, we are looking at avoiding moving coffee wilt disease infected plant materials, because we know when those coffee plants die, farmers use it for cooking as firewood. So they move them from press to press, and in so doing, they spread the disease. We also train farmers to uproot and burn infected trees, but also sterilize tools by framing after using them on infected trees. Also, farmers were trained to plant coffee wilt disease-resistant Robusta coffee varieties, and the coffee disease has no chemical remedy. In this research, the objectives were to determine farmers' knowledge and use of the Naro-promoted practices for managing the black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease in Kayunga district. Second was to determine the relationship between the farmers' knowledge and the use of Naro-promoted practices and their demographic characteristics. Thirdly was to compare the incidence and damage of black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease in coffee fields of trained and untrained farmers. Methodology, we used two methods. We had a structured questionnaire, which we presented to both trained farmers and untrained farmers. We selected 68 farmers who were trained in 2 different districts, different sub-counties, and also 68 farmers who were not trained in 2 different sub-counties. And the questionnaire was a face-to-face interview. And another method was observation method, where we are looking at incidence and damage of black coffee tree borer and coffee wilt disease. Here, we selected 30 coffee trees per 20 farmers per sub-county in the 4 selected sub-counties. And from the 20 coffee trees, the first 10 trees were assessed for black coffee twig borers, but the 30 trees were assessed for coffee root disease. And results, we found out that most farmers at 58.8% of the respondents were males, and this was significant. And also, most farmers of the respondents were between 37 and 54 years old. And majority of the farmers at 45.6% had attained only primary level education and were significantly higher from other different education levels. Source of the type and type of planting materials. Majority of the respondents were using elite coffee seedlings, and this was so significant as compared to other planting materials, as you can see in the result tables. And most of the respondents have received the coffee seedlings from government at their respective sub-counties, and this attributed to high transmission of coffee root disease. As we all know, in the promoted technologies, farmers were trained to use cough-resistant varieties, but this way, government is distributing elite planting materials, which is not resistant to coffee root disease. So somehow, this is contributing to what we are seeing. Farmers' knowledge on both pests analysis was done and shows considered pest and disease as well as black coffee twig borer and coffee root disease as a problem for both trained and untrained farmers. So it is still a problem, even up to now. And whether you are trained or not trained, you still have the same problem. Both farmers still have the same problem. And there should be efforts geared towards managing these pests. You can see even the results show there is no significant difference between trained and untrained farmers. They all still have the problem. On the season, respondents mentioned that both black coffee twig borer and coffee disease cause more damage in the dry season. And this is in agreement with other scientific observations done before, elsewhere and in Uganda on the same. And this is because in dry season, coffee is somehow stressed, while in the wet season, coffee is vigorously growing and it is able to resist the attack. But also in wet season, the pests somehow become dormant, so it cannot be active as it would be in the dry season. On awareness, research shows that there is a significant difference between farmers who are trained and untrained in terms of awareness for both pests, but also it is the same for coffee root disease and for black coffee twig borer. And on usage, there is also a significant difference between trained farmers and untrained farmers in terms of usage. So trained farmers are using the promoted technologies apart from use of chemicals. And this is also the same for coffee wilt disease, apart from use of chemicals. For coffee wilt disease, farmers are promoting and using other technologies apart from uprooting and burning infested materials. Instead, they use them for firewood. For demographic characteristics, we see that gender and age are greatly influencing the promoted technologies as compared to education level and other demographic characteristics. On incidence, we see that there is, on average, 4.1% of primary branches were infected by BCTB, and this is lower than the national average of 9.6%. This alone tells you that the training did a great part for that decrease in incidence. Infestation varied significantly across the sub-counties, with the highest in not trained farmers, sub-counties, and lowest in the trained sub-counties. So this also tells you that the trained sub-counties are performing better than untrained sub-counties. For coffee wilt disease, we see that the percentage of primary infected by coffee wilt disease is higher in the gardens of untrained farmers than trained farmers, although it is not significant, and the research needs to be done to establish and address the cause of this, because we see even after the training with coffee wilt disease, the performance of untrained farmers is not of any significance with the trained farmer. They are almost the same. So we need to look into this. That is very commercial. But the conclusion is both trained and trained farmers still look at coffee wilt disease and BCTB as pests of great importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope we are taking down points and questions for this beautiful and effective presentations. I think there are a lot of things to learn here. For us, the conference organizing committee, we are taking notes, and we will definitely borrow from these presentations. Our last presenter of the day in this room is none other than Victoria Mbigide of Naro. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, great. Victoria Mbigide. I work with the National Agriculture Research Organization as the Knowledge Management Officer, but this evening I'm presenting and giving an overview of the Uganda Journal of Agricultural Sciences, and it is a narrow journal. I know some of us have heard about it, others haven't. So I'm basically creating awareness about the journal. Some of you want to publish, but you don't know where to publish. So I'm basically creating awareness and informing you that you can publish with us. So that's the title. I'm presenting this work on behalf of my colleagues. I'm presenting this work on behalf of my colleagues who I'm speaking to the converted. I assume we all attach a lot of value to publishing, because we say if you either publish or perish, you know, we're all familiar to that to that connotation. So here we are saying enhancing access to quality scientific information, knowledge, and innovations is vital for society, socio-economic transformation, because all the research we do, that is the end goal. And while we are looking at increasing the access, we have to be mindful of how we package and disseminate, being mindful of the audience, of the people we are reaching out to. But for this particular case, it is basically the scientific audience. So having appreciated that Naro, considering the fact that Naro's main mandate is to conduct research, it was deemed important and necessary to have an in-house journal. That is the Uganda Journal of Agricultural Sciences. And UJAS, the common name is UJAS. So UJAS is open access, just like any other journal, peer-reviewed, and we publish semi-annually. So we have an issue coming out in March and September, and that makes a full volume. And the areas we look at, the areas we look at include forestry, fisheries, livestock, crops, environment, biotech, agricultural economics, as well as agricultural engineering. So we look at the entire spectrum of agriculture. And while we are doing this work, we are guided by a strategic plan. And with that strategic plan, we've been able to do a couple of things, and that includes having an editorial board, which is selected based on key disciplines, competences, skills, attributes, you know. And then we also have tools, because we look at quality control measures. We guide authors, but we also guide the reviewers. So we have those tools in place. A couple of years ago, initially we only had the print version, but 3-4 years back, we were able to start publishing online, and when you visit that link, you'll be able to access pretty much everything we've published since 1993. We also have digital objective identifiers, which is access to our publications. These happen to be more stable than URLs. So we also have the Creative Commons license. So we don't accept anyone who comes across your work to either sell it, reproduce, and what. So we have some of those conditions in place. We have, since we publish online, we have the electronic international standard serial number attached to the journal, and we have an expert database in the areas listed there. Until recently, we've not had the online submission of papers, and I know some of these things are very critical to scientists. They ask, no, don't you have the online, platform? Can't I just submit must I send that email? So we're trying to make it easy for us to publish. So we have that website, and you can as well submit your papers online. So having seen that, we wanted to assess, evaluate how we are performing. Are we really serving? If we are service providers, how is the service? Are people reading? Are they downloading? Because some people say, no, we don't want to publish with UJAS because the audience is local and all that. So we wanted to do an in-depth study. And we did that for the past 17, a review for the past 17 years. We've been in existence, and some of the results we have currently, we have up to 323 publications, and The highest number were published in 2004, constituting up to 35% of the total number of publications we've had. The least publications were in 2021. The journal at the moment comprises of 226 issues, with the highest still coming in 2004. And we also found out that both male and female scientists scored highest. So most publications are coming out in crops, while the list is in agricultural engineering and biotechnology. This is the distribution of articles by thematic areas. Crops still take lead, followed by agricultural economics and livestock. We see forestry therein, and biotech coming last. Then we wanted to see who publishes most. Are they male or female? And the male seem to dominate this area. So the ladies in the room, we have a lot of work to do. We were also looking at the distribution. We looked at the distribution of the total number of publications in the different thematic areas, and under crops, we still see men dominating at 82, and the ladies coming at 18. Agriculture economics, 72% male, 13 female. Livestock, 32% male, 5% female. And in biotech, the entire 10 is by male counterparts. So we also wanted to see who actually views, who has access, which people do they make use of the research, who just publishes. And we see in 2017, 171 views were recorded, and in 2022, 605 abstracts or views were recorded. And 2019, we have 220. And then we wanted also to look at the downloads. Do people just view, or do they actually download and read further? And by 2017, we had 1,392 downloads. And these are full article downloads, not abstracts. And in 2020, we had up to 4,432 downloads. We wanted also to look at the countries, because we wanted to confirm whether it's only Ugandans who have access to our work. And we found out that up to 200 countries actually view and download our work, but this sheet only shows 20, the top 21. Of course, Uganda is topping the list, and we are seeing United States coming second, followed by Nigeria, India, Ethiopia, Kenya, Germany, South Africa, the Philippines, China. Those are the top 10. And that's by year. That is from 2017 to 2022. We also looked at the views, then the downloads. Who views, who downloads, and these happen to be the top 23 countries out of the 200. And then these abstract views by country. by country and year. In 2027, 101 countries were viewing the abstracts, and in 2022, 128 countries were viewing the abstracts. And then the downloads, 2017, we had 153 countries downloading, and in 2022, it increased to 178 downloads. So having seen that, we want to improve performance, really, because we are service providers, and you happen to be our clients. We are reviewing our strategic plan, and we are highlighting some of these areas to make sure that we improve our performance. But if you think so, this is a perfect opportunity. If you think WUJAS is not doing enough, you actually have the opportunity to make your contribution and make sure that we have the best publications. So we are revising the strategic plan. We've been operating with a 10-year strategic plan, but now we are working with a 5-year strategic plan. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, both the presenters and those who have decided to stay with us here and listen to all the presentations for the day. We don't take your presence for granted. Thank you very much. And we are going to conclude, of course, with a discussion session. And I would like to invite Victoria Bigide and Tumurami Kelet to come and sit. The other presenter, Emmanuel Rukundo, are online. So please take your seats and we'll start the discussion. As they take their seats, I'd like to make an announcement. We have a cocktail tomorrow from 2 p.m. onwards. And the chair of the conference says there is lots of music, dance, and drink at the poolside. So please, tomorrow, come with your dancing shoes as well. I would like to confirm with the team if you have Emmanuel. Great. So I will start with questions to Emmanuel. Any questions for Emmanuel? He's online. He presented about the effect of the e-voucher program on households' farm productivity and food security. It's more like adding onto the session we started with just after lunch. Any questions for him? Yes, there is one. Dr. Losa.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Lukundo, for the presentation. Mine is about, you mentioned an observed difference in the yield, I think, for both maize and beans in the different seasons, A and B. So I'm just wondering what you think could be the cause between the two seasons. I know you must have given it a thought. Secondly, have you, maybe I didn't follow up at some point, but I was just wondering whether you are able to do a disaggregation of the different areas to be able to compare the differences in yield with the introduction of the e-voucher facility. Then there's something quick that possibly I didn't hear it being answered when the earlier team presented. It was about, somebody asked it actually, but it was about the delay in supply of the inputs between ordering and supply by the service providers. Because this definitely we know affects the timing of many operations thereafter by the farmers. So what are you observing and what do you think should be done? Thank you. Should I also ask for the other ones also? Because I also had quick ones also for the other.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Tumulamie, that's the name, eh?
Tumulamie.
Yes.
Yes.
No, this was about, it was a good presentation also, but it was, my concern is about the attribution bit of it, attribution. You sounded very upbeat about the successes, and I was just wondering whether there are no other trainers of these farmers. As we know, farmers really interface with a number of organizations and people that keep training them about different aspects of what they do. So it wouldn't be, I don't know how you controlled for the influence of those other institutions that keep training the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Emmanuel Rukundo? Okay, questions for Tumulamie about coffee? Any questions or comments? Okay, questions for Victoria about the Journal of Agricultural Sciences? Yes, there is a question at the end, the right end.
I'm called Judith. Thank you very much, Victoria, for your presentation. I wanted to inquire, because this is coming at the right time for some of us. I wanted to inquire what is the impact factor of UJAS? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have our very own boss. I don't even mention his name because, yes. So he said, I don't know him, but I do. I just say, sir.
Yeah, okay, madam.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Chair. But I'm not God. You know, I was in Israel and I was talking to one of the Israelis. They say that they cannot mention the name of God. They fear to mention. Me, I'm not God. You can just mention. Excuse me. Now, my question is to, what was her name again? Dejano. Dejano, our presenter on Dejano. The Uganda Journal of Agricultural Sciences.
Yes.
Is that the one? Now, I want to make a few comments, maybe a question. Semi-annually, why, you know, many people want the articles to come out quickly. If you make it semi-annually, and people they get discouraged. So that is a challenge there. Two, and thank you for that impact factor. But to popularize this journal, what are the efforts we are putting in? Because I would imagine that many of our scientists should really be publishing in this journal. And even some of these conference papers. You know, many people think that when you publish abroad, and I mean those high impact journals, that's when you make, okay, you are recognized by Makerere and maybe at interviews. But I want to encourage our scientists that, like, if you want our journal to be strong, let us publish, especially these original innovations, hide them in our journal. Don't rush to high impact journals. Don't rush, because to make it strong is when we have put in articles which also matter. And they will look for them. So if you have a very, very good discovery, you split it. The methodology put in journal of our UJAS, I mean, is that UJAS? Yes. Then the other things you can put in the high impact journals, so that we make our journal strong. But if you rush to those other journals, sometimes even they steal your information and they capture all these things. So really I want to encourage our people to publish in our journal. We have this UJAS, we have AGRO-INDUSTRIALISATION, we have the Journal of Crop Science, Makerere. Those are good journals where we will be putting to make Uganda also appear academic. I submit.
Thank you very much. I have only one last question or comment to Emmanuel Rukundo and maybe to the team. Looking at the presentations for today about inputs, e-voucher, subsidies, and all this way of getting inputs to the people, do you think this is sustainable? Do you think this is sustainable? How do we win farmers off subsidizing inputs, win them off provision of inputs that are free to a point where every farmer is self-sustainable? And then the public sector can invest in other infrastructure. Do you think that's possible? And what's the suggested pathway to make sure we don't have farmers that are expecting free things out of the public sector? Thank you very much. Those are the questions. I am going to start with Rukundo Emmanuel online, and others can supplement him. Thank you. Rukundo, you can hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you are clear.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, thank you for the couple of questions. I think there's one question on delaying between ordering and redeeming. Yeah, there is a challenge there, and definitely it affects farmers' calendar, farmers' operations, and it's to some extent, you could say it's significant. I think looking at the graph that I shared, let me see if I can just share it again. Yeah, so this graph, you can see that like in 2020, 40,000 order and 29,000 redeem. So that's almost 11,000 farmers that are making an order but not yet redeeming, and that's a delay. Most of these, you could say, things that can be looked at qualitatively are farmers ordering on time. Do inputs arrive on time? Are the input suppliers stocking the amount of quantity that is the market will absorb, the market demands? Can input suppliers envisage and project the amount of inputs that their market will demand? So all these kinds of questions will be part of the a qualitative evaluation of the process, and maybe less of the impact, but really more of the process of operations. And of course, this will have an effect. If farmers don't get inputs in time, then they can't apply them in time, and the productivity wouldn't be as it should. Yeah, the difference between the two seasons, yeah, that's also, I think, I could say, one, the results we're showing are, by and large, preliminary results. We need to factor in a couple of other controls. For now, we are using a lot of survey. We are using this survey data, but also no agriculture productivity depends on many other things that are not within the survey data. So we want to throw in other things like rainfall distribution at the district variation, other climatic data like temperature and precipitation, yeah, similar rainfall, and things like that, and then see how whether these results are going to change. So what we're showing here is not the final results. We're still work in progress. The other thing, of course, is also just the usual, even within regions in central, southern, western Uganda that are more bimodal agricultural seasons, you have seasons that have different distributions of rainfall, different distributions of various things. So there is always the main season and the minor season, and even the season lengths are different. The first season is significantly longer than the second season, but that also has implications on farmers' application of inputs. Farmers are more likely to use inputs differently across the two seasons based on their projection of season characteristics. If there is more rainfall in a certain season, farmers they are more confident of fertility or any other characteristics, and might apply their fertilizer in seasons where there is less of rainfall or things like that. So that might also be driving these types of differences. The other thing that we cannot observe at the moment, we would in the next round of the program, what we might be wanting to do really is high frequency measurements. In other words, making sure that you have a survey team that is in the field at any moment, end of the season, beginning of the season, so that farm productivity is observed and measured immediately. The current operations really has been that we ask farmers what they harvested in the previous season and the previous season. So we have a component of measurement error that we partly know exists, but we are not accounting for it in a way that this recall period of 6 months to 1 year might be challenging on whether farmers can actually remember what they harvested, the quantities of things they harvested. That also should be put into consideration. I think that's all from my side. Maybe I actually have a question for you, Just. A question observation for you, Just. I think somewhere you said that 2004 there was the largest number of publications in the year, 35% in 1 year across 17 years. That's a significant number in 1 year. And now 2021, you've had the least number of publications. My question is why? Are you becoming more selective that now you can focus on fewer high quality, high impact publications, or why would you be having such a trend? Normatively, we should be expecting a different trend. We should be expecting more publications per year and not less publications per year. The other thing is maybe on the number of submissions you're getting and the evaluation of these submissions, whether you're getting fewer submissions, and that might be, I don't know. So I would probably want just for information to see what's happening in the process there. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a question from me. I wanted to know, you have one of the policy recommendations that the directions should head towards intensification of efforts to provide subsidies and also give inputs that are free. And I was asking you and your team if that's sustainable. I think you can briefly respond, and you have support in form of response from ILUCOR after that. Thanks.
Yeah, I think for me as a researcher, it's sustainable. Reason, just a bit, just looking at a macro scale, the amount of money as a country that we put in agriculture is very, very small in a sector that employs 60–70% of our population, whether it's direct employment or secondary employment. You know, it's a huge population that is employed in the sector, and we put there 3–4% of the budget. You know, so that's really, really small compared to in many other countries where there is higher intensification. We are not even, you know, we are not shifting anything. We need a lot more money in agriculture, a lot more money in these kinds of programs that promote intensification. So it should be sustainable. But also, many other, I think, other presenters talked about earlier, I think especially Dr. Nakalet, when he was talking about input use and the difference between input use and land openings. In the previous decades, we had more productivity because of land opening, and now we cannot open more land. Some of us who come from Kabade, we don't have where to migrate anymore. So we cannot open more lands. You know what I'm saying? We can't go to Chibade or Bunyoro or wherever. There are no longer places we can go to. Now, that means we need to actually intensify more on the smaller, on the current plots of lands we have, rather than opening more land. We can't open more land. So we need even a lot more of this as well.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. John?
Yeah, Chair, if I will come, let me come in with the response to the two questions that came up. I think the first one is definitely what you asked, is the reason I'm triggered to come, but I'll answer that last. The thing that I wanted to just contribute to is the difference in terms of productivity. And I think Rugundo has able to put that very clearly. The first thing is really that seasonality is critical here, but we just don't control for seasonality. We have variables like rainfall patterns, we have temperatures, so the environment and ecology is very critical. So we need to bring this into contention. One thing that we observe with the data now is that we probably even see more high productivity in terms of specifically maize in second season than first season. And we think it's probably because of the kind of the dry spell that normally happens in the first season and the too much rain that happens in the second season. So, but that's something that we need to control clearly coming from this discussion. And then the second one is that if you look at agroecologists, like in Elgon areas, the varieties that they're growing are long-term varieties that take long periods of time. So they probably have one season, high yielding, but it's all a first season commodity, a first season planting. And that probably and they're performing very well. And if you look at the model that Dale was having, you'll find the highland varieties are performing very well, but they take too long also in the field. And that probably also could account for that. You need to control for that. Now, let me come to the question you asked, which is, I think, is a very, first of all, political economy is a bigger contributor here. I have two things. Personally, from the World Bank side, what I know is that agricultural subsidies are certainly not sustainable. That's a clear thing. They're not sustainable. And that's why in the design of the SCDP was a declining subsidy program, so that there's an exit to promote a market-based system. Now, that is the key thing, that if we really want to do this, but the first thing for Uganda, remember we have been having low input use, 5% fertilizer use some years back, 10 now, according to the NSDS survey, it's about 21%. Now, the problem is, of course you have a productivity problem, and let's say that, but the other key question is that, do farmers know if they need to use these inputs? So the purpose of the SCDP was to demonstrate that if you use these inputs, you actually get productivity increases, so that they're able to take it on, and probably thinking that, okay, they can take it on and be able to buy. The second was that let us have an agro-input network, so that the farmers are able to access. We normally like saying this, a Coca-Cola model, that if I want a Coke now, I can go to any shop and buy Coke, but it should be a good Coke. But then for fertilizer, that's our challenge. Because of centralizing input access, procurement, and everything, and the government providing this, we destroyed the agro-input network. But we needed to trigger and have established agro-input network, so that now we leave farmers to be able to afford. And I can tell you, when we had the leadership, when leadership came into, like the MIF leadership came to take over positions, there was a big understanding, a failure to understand how the system works. Everybody was used to a different approach so there was a decline in using the input, so retrieving inputs in the e-voucher. Now, what happens? Most farmers who had seen the value, the coffee farmers, they went and they started buying these inputs themselves. They went to the agro-input dealers and they were able to buy. So I think it's possible to actually hand this to the market system, but we need to prepare the ground for farmers to be able to access. That means the extension, the knowledge, but also the agro-input network. Access must be there. And I think that's something that we really need to, so preparing the ground. But of course, we're also aware, we're not naive, because we know leadership, political leadership will require some input distribution. They will want subsidies to be provided, otherwise you lose the political ground. So that's why Rugunda is saying, look, maybe it's something that we can do, because even developing countries do that. They subsidize their farmers, but we have to be smart at it, and that's something that we need to do. Let us be smart, let us crowd in private actors and have it a smooth way of handling this. So it's not a yes or no, but I'm sure you have understood the kind of position, the precarious position we are in, that we need to prepare the environment before we say we can now get rid of the subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you, I get you. So we need a combination of inputs coupled with an exit strategy. I think in summary, that's what you're saying. Great, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions for Rukundo and the inputs team. I'd like now to switch to Ms. Tumuramye. Please, you can respond to your questions.
Thank you. I have one question. It is about attribution and success of the trainings. First of all, I acknowledge that NALO has done a good work, and it is well documented. From 2009, 2013, 2016, this same study has been done by other researchers, so I was building on the already existing data. And previous research showed that in 2016, the damage percentage was at 16% at local level, Kayunga district level. But at national level, it was at 9%. So the research that we did show that it is now at 4.1%. That is enough to tell you that the trainings that we had done helped a lot to reduce this damage level from 16% to 4.1%. And results show that there is a significant difference between the damage percentages of trained farmers and untrained farmers. But there needs to be a coordination between researchers, agriculture team, extension team at sub-counties and district level, and other community-based organizations, not to give contradicting information to farmers with regard to management of these two pests. Because now, looking at alternate hosts, other community-based organizations can come promoting fruit trees. Farmers will receive and plant. But these fruit trees will be alternate host for black of twig borer. So in so doing, they will be multiplying the twig borer in coffee gardens, and they will end up being, the percentage will increase again. So success is there, but truth be said, these two pests are still pests of great importance. More efforts are still needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to switch to Victoria to respond to your questions, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and many thanks, members, for the questions. The first one came from Judith, and she wanted to know UJAS's impact factor. Currently, UJAS doesn't have any impact factor, but the good news is that we are working towards that, you know? And it's not a one-man show, so if you submit articles and publish with UJAS, we will be able to achieve the impact factor. Some of us, the Naro staff who are in the room, we distributed the draft we have for the strategic plan, because we are being intentional, looking out for those areas which are used when giving or awarding impact factors. So we are mindful and we are intentional on making sure that we work in that direction to get the impact factor. So I'm really looking forward to receiving as many submissions from this conference as possible. The other question was why we publish semi-annually, but authors get tired of waiting. It's because of the rate of the submissions, but we intend to publish thrice, because now we were publishing in March and September, but we intend to create a third issue such that we can, publish thrice. Yeah, but that is also determined by the rate of submissions. That is why I'm here, members. Efforts to publicize, this is one of them. I'm here to talk about Huja, such that some of us who don't know about it will get to know and maybe look it up. I've shared those links, and then you don't have to struggle looking left and right. Hujas is here to serve you, members. Bring those papers. Maybe I should also mention that we intend to have a special issue from this conference. So if you're really interested in having your paper published, the plans are underway. I know I've talked to a couple of us. If you're interested, bring your paper. We're putting up a special issue. So, members, bring the papers, submit. Mr. Rukundo was wondering why we had the 35% in 2004. So that time there was a conference and we had over 200 submissions, articles being published. So that justifies the gap. And also what you mentioned, or your observation is valid of having less submissions, determining why now we have maybe fewer submissions. But the beauty is that the downloads and the views are increasing, meaning we are on track. What we are publishing is serving the right purpose. So I just encourage all of us to publish with Hujas. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our afternoon session. I would like us to first of all clap for all the presenters today, and also to clap for ourselves. I would like to thank us for our attention, for adding value to what is being discussed. We thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, same time. We still have very, very interesting, impactful presentations tomorrow. Tomorrow is also the closing day, so please, we look forward to seeing you again. Right now, there is tea downstairs. The next level down, when you get off the steps, the room straight in front of you, there is tea. Please enjoy your tea, rest, and see you tomorrow. The session is closed. Thank you very much.